Welcome to everyone who is joining us in Contois and to those who are joining us online for the Burlington City Council meeting. The time is now 5:34. The first item on our agenda is the agenda. And this is item 1.1, a motion to adopt the agenda. And with that, we do have a bit of reading. I don't know, should I call in someone for whom it's our last council meeting, or does somebody want to volunteer to make a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor McGee.
Thank you, President Paul. I would move that we amend and adopt the agenda as follows. Add to the consent agenda item 6.51, communication, Mary Gade, re neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.52, communication, Michael Long, re neighborhood code. Send it back to the drawing board. Add to the consent agenda item 6.53, communication, Kaysen Hudman, re support for neighborhood code change. Add to the consent agenda item 6.54, communication, Evan Gould, re-neighborhood code support petition. Add to the consent agenda item 6.55, communication, Rye Sherman, please pass the neighborhood code on Monday. Add to the consent agenda item 6.56, communication, Jack Tiano, assessment of and support for the neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.57, I did not see this extra reading. Communication, Jake Tuareg, forward neighborhood code must pass. Add to the consent agenda item 6.58, communication, Colin Larson, 325 comments, support the neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.59, communication, Midori Little, please pass the neighborhood code for a sustainable future in Vermont. Add to the consent agenda item 6.6, communication, Benjamin Cooley, please pass neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.61, communication, Ashley Dembinski, support for neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.62, communication, Chris Yoon, in support of neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.63, communication, Tim Stevens, support for neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 6.64, communication, Evan Gould, support for the neighborhood code responses. Add to the consent agenda item 6.65, communication, Paul Bierman, petition with 303 signatures to send neighborhood code back to committee for refinement. On remove on 7.7 ordinance, comprehensive development ordinance ZA 24-02, neighborhood code part 1 ZA-24-02, amendment 125 V2 for CCPH2 on 3/25/24.
Thank you so much, Councillor McGee. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councillor King. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, and we have our agenda. The first item, we're going to begin our evening with two exciting presentations. The first is regarding the creation of a sister city relationship between the city of Burlington and TS East Senegal. For this presentation, I'll turn the floor to Councillor Jang, who has worked many months in developing this relationship, and I understand you have some guests that want to speak as well.
Yes.
And do you need to get them on?
So the guests are not online yet. Maybe we can allow the sister city to go through.
Okay, all right. Well, with that, as long as the other parties are able, we'll go to the sister city relationship with Kielnik, the community in Ukraine. For this presentation, we do have with us Colin Hilliard, who is here, as well with Adam Roof, who is unable to be here due to an illness. Colin, I don't know, Councillor Travers, did you want to speak to this, or was there others? You wanted to speak to this, Mayor Weinberger. Okay, why don't you go ahead and we can go on to Colin after.
Thank you, President Paul. My colleagues may remember at the State of the City last spring that I charged Colin as well as Adam Roof with exploring a sister city relationship with a city in Ukraine. We are almost a year later, and I am more excited and believe creating such a new relationship is more important than ever after the events of the last year, in which we have seen the terrible war there continue, and we have also seen our federal government increasingly struggle to play a role in supporting the people of Ukraine, and I think we find ourselves perhaps in the not unfamiliar position of being able to take meaningful action on the local level that substitutes, brings light to the inability of our federal government to take action. I think this, Colin and Adam have taken this charge seriously. They have done a great deal of work, as you can hear some from, and as Colin can answer questions about if there are questions. I know we're very pressed for time tonight, but they have made a relationship with USAID, which has supported this exploration, and I think they've found a community that is in the Odessa region that is the comparable size to Burlington, has many similarities in terms of the way in which this society functions, and my hope is that this is the beginning of a long relationship that will be important for the people of both communities, and that perhaps with a focus on rebuilding efforts from the start, that could be exciting for city officials to it could be an exciting part about working for the city of Burlington, having this relationship in the years to come as well. So I'm excited that Colin is here to make this report out, and that we could take this action tonight before the end of the year, in which I charge him with doing this. So thank you, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. So Colin, you're on. Tell us about the sister city relationship.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Council, for your support of this initiative and taking the time here today. And thank you to Mayor Weinberger for this opportunity. So this sister city that we're proposing is Kielnik Village in the Podilsk district in Odessa Oblast. That's in southwestern Ukraine. Folks might be familiar with Odessa as a major city in Ukraine in the south, right on the Black Sea. This community is about 3 hours north of that. So this is far western Ukraine, quite far from the front lines of the war. The Kielnik village population is around 20,000 people, but you can kind of think of them as a district seat, or county seat, excuse me, for their region, of about 45,000 people, so comparable to Burlington. Their major industries include agriculture, specialty foods, and green tourism. Some areas where they've expressed a really strong interest in opportunities for educational and professional exchanges and partnerships include agriculture, those specialty foods, and solar infrastructure as well. Community energy efficiency and energy independent projects are really a top priority for this community and communities across Ukraine, given that Russia continues to target Ukrainian energy infrastructure. So there's some really unique opportunities there, I think, for us, given Vermont's real success in solar infrastructure and solar investment. And with tech startups like Verde Technologies right up at VSET, doing some really revolutionary stuff on solar technologies. There's some really interesting opportunities to partner there. I think as well in areas of specialty foods, they have a big honey industry, specialty honey industry, which I think is very interesting, and so some comparabilities there with Burlington's really diverse and successful specialty foods industries. I'd also add that the Podilsk, Medical College is located in the community, and they've recently opened a rehabilitation hospital for soldiers. Lastly, also, they kind of some of the unique cultural things that I think are very interesting and really critical to a successful partnership like this. They have one of Ukraine's largest borscht festivals, that they are very excited and proud about. Every time we're on the phone with them, they are at a Zoom, they invite us to come to their Borscht Festival. They're one of the regions in Ukraine that claims to have the best and inventors of borscht, and it's something that they're very proud of. And they also have a very popular folk choir scene and festivals around that. In my experience with our Yaroslavl sister city, the music exchanges were something that were really important around both our jazz festival and theirs. So I'm excited about opportunities for music exchanges there as well. I think lastly, just want to highlight that, given the situation in Ukraine, finding a community with the administrative bandwidth to take on a new sister city relationship was really important for us. And we believe we've definitely found that here. A lot of communities are really entirely focused on the war effort, and so being in Western Ukraine and being a little bit farther from, quite far from the front, and investing in things like rehabilitation hospitals and things like that, we see them as a really exciting partner that has the bandwidth and it has expressed, very serious interest in a sister city. They've been seeking a sister city for about 1.5 years or 2 years, and how we got connected with them was through a Ukrainian member of parliament, Alexei Ganasharenko, and he represents this region in the Ukrainian parliament, and he had been a really key contact in helping this relationship come together. With that, I'll just thank some folks that have been involved and open it up to questions. But want to thank my colleague Adam Roof, Avery Anderson, who formerly worked at the Vermont Council on World Affairs, who's supported us in this effort, Ellen Ute, who lives down in Bristol and works at Tetra Tech. She lived in Poland for a year coordinating Tetra Tech's efforts in Ukraine. And also Peter Clavel, all who we've had conversations with, given their experiences with this and have been really important in helping us form this relationship. So thank you to all those partners.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Colin. If there are members of the council who have questions or comments on this item, the floor is open now for those comments and questions. And also to just keep in mind that there is a resolution formally creating the sister city relationship. We have that on our consent agenda. We'll be voting on that later this evening. I'm sorry, Councilor Travers.
Yeah, Colin, I just want to briefly express my thanks to you and Adam and those you referenced for putting the work in. I recall the mayor in the State of the City address a year ago pointing to you and Adam saying to get it done, and you've got it done. So thank you very much for that work, and credit to you all really for representing Burlington and for bringing our community with you in your travels overseas and representing us in this region at this time. So thank you very much for this work, and I'm looking forward to supporting the resolution.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much, Councilor Travers. If there are no others, Councilor Jang, are you ready? Okay, so we will go back to the other sisters, and thank you again for Colin for being here. Greatly
Thank you, President Paul,
appreciate
and also just wanted to very briefly add that this community's invited us to on a trip to go visit them. So we're in discussions on that of a date in April or May. And finalizing that, and would be very happy to share that with the council and welcome any members of the council that would like to join us on that trip to really officially meet our counterpoints in this community. So thank you very much.
Thank you again, Colin. We will now go back to Councilor Jang, and the floor is yours. You just need to.
Thank you, President Paul. And I just also wanted to recognize that we have a couple people from Green across the world, Peter Lynch and Adam Ambeng. They are online. We also have Mr. Papba, engineer, civil engineer, right here in attendance. And as you know, just last night, Senegal elected its fifth president, 44-year-old Mr. Diomaye Faye. Bassirou Diomaye Faye was elected for the first time as the youngest Senegalese who ever held the presidency in Senegal. We are very happy for what has happened in Senegal lately. Senegal is known to be a very stable country. Many active members of our society live here in the city of Burlington. They work here, they have their children in the schools. And as you know, the Vermont National Guard has a sisters military partnership with Senegal since 2008. It's been 15 years that they're working together, and also they're helping the Senegalese people in terms of security, in terms of medical responsiveness, in terms of climate change. The Major General Knight has been invited. Both the past Senegalese presidents, such as Macky Sall, came here in 2014, and also President Abdoulaye Wade came here in 2008. I believe they both, one of them at least, met with Miro Weinberger. Major Enriquez will be joining us soon. He has a presentation about this military partnership between Senegal and the Vermont National Guard. In August 2003, I traveled to Senegal to start the establishment of the sister city relation between Thiès East, where I grew up, and the city of Burlington, where I reside, work, raise my children right here. When I was there, Miro Weinberger and the mayor of Thiès East, Adama Ousmane Diagne, have discussed the establishment of the sister city relationship between the two municipalities. This potential exists for the continued development of educational, cultural, environmental, and economical opportunities between the two municipalities. I think this will be a very beneficial sister city because the city of Burlington has never had any sister city relation with a country in Africa. This will be the first time in the history of this city. And also, Thiès is where I grew up. The mayor and I went in the middle school together. It's when I sat at his office that he recognized me, telling me that we went to the middle school, same class. I could not know, because I was not a good student, maybe. Now, I think it would have been great to have the presentation, but I was just wondering if you can promote Peter Lynch. He's one of the attendees, and also Adama, to just talk about also the work that they do here and also the people in Senegal and around the world.
So Peter is on.
Yep. Peter, we were wondering if you have something to say. Go ahead, Mr. Peter. The floor is yours.
Greetings. Hello. Thank you, Councillor Jen. I'd actually strongly encourage you to support both of these resolutions. I have a Ukrainian flag flying outside of my house right now. But I'm here to talk about Senegal, and it's a tremendously valuable relationship. Mr. Jung mentioned the National Guard's relationship. We've been in discussion with the National Guard. I should make it clear who I am first. I'm the Executive Director of Green Across the World, and we do environmental and cultural exchanges for middle and high school kids, both virtually and travel exchanges. We've taken kids from Woodstock to Senegal. Currently, Essex High School has an online exchange with Fatick in Senegal. We also work with Burlington High School with respect to Japan and would happily add Senegal to that list. It's an incredibly vibrant and welcoming culture with remarkable textiles, music, and a perspective on history that's linked to our history, but adds to our understanding of American history in a great way. So it's a valuable educational tool in that sense. Councillor Jung just mentioned that we just had an election, and there's a backstory, which was that it really is one of the safest and stablest democracies in Africa. And there was some effort to delay this election until, I think it was December, all the way from February to December. And the court stepped in and said, no, we're going to hold the elections just yesterday. And as you pointed out, an opposition leader, very young Mr. Fay, won the election. So there are checks and balances there. The electoral system is working, and it's really pretty exciting to see the promise of this election here. And the last thing I'll mention is that we are working with the National Guard and several, Vermont Council on World Affairs, several other organizations to promote the bill S30, which is a bill originated in the Senate to establish a sister states committee for the state of Vermont. And Senegal would almost certainly, and Japan will be on that list, but Senegal is almost certainly going to be one of the 5 sister states that are established initially. So it means there could be continuity of support for this kind of work from between Burlington state a state committee, and ultimately sister states can be supported by an umbrella nonprofit that's national that supports sister city relationships all over the country. So I think there's some real funding opportunities for this kind of work that go well beyond what I understand that the taxpayers of Burlington are under a little bit of strain these days, and I think there's money outside of the tax base for this sort of activity. And I would love to hear Adama speak to this if we don't have Major Enriquez here yet. But Adama is our Director of International Outreach at Green Across the World. She's from Senegal, and I think can speak to the importance of connecting Burlington, the Senegalese community, immigrant community in the larger Burlington area, and Senegal itself, which I think creates powerful opportunities for learning for both adults and children, youth, in all parts of the Burlington community and beyond. So thank you for taking the time, and I surely hope you will vote in favor of this resolution.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. Thanks, Peter, for giving them the history of the organization. So I'm not going to go into that. It's just going to be a repeat. So I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Adama Jai, and I live in Winooski for over 2 decades. I'm from Senegal. I also work at the medical center, UVM, and also, like Peter said, I'm the international director of the Green Across the World. So he just described what we do for work, but I'm here today to just support this bill and telling you guys the good work that's going to be being ahead of us to do. This is very important because it's all about connection. We need to connect to solve problem in the world. And as a Senegalese living in Vermont for over a decade, and also having some knowledge on connecting people, working with students and community, so I will be willing to be part of this to help us achieve our goals. So I hope you guys pass this bill because we have a little community of Senegalese here who will be willing to do the work. Thank you so much for having us tonight.
you hear me? Oh, yeah. All right, my name is El Haji Mamadouba, but I go by the name of Papa here in Vermont. I've been living in Vermont since 2006, moved straight from Senegal to Vermont. I just want to share a little bit of my experience. When I was in Senegal since 2000, I can say I was always welcoming Vermonters, coming to Senegal, staying with me, learning the culture of Senegal, because I was a dance teacher there, and I have them stay with me over 2 years sometimes to just study the culture. It has always been a connection between Senegal and Vermont. That's not surprising. When I came to the United States, I just wanted to come to Burlington. And since then, I've been living here. I went to school here. I went to Vermont Tech. That's where I graduated. And I'm working here as a civil engineer, an inspector. And this is a really good opportunity for us to just come together and show that these two countries have always a connection, has always been a connection between Senegal and Vermont. I have felt it. I have seen people through my dancing career came from different parts of the world. But I always feel good being around Vermonters, being around people from Burlington. And it's really exciting to hear about this. When Ali Jung talked to me about it, I was really excited to come here and start that experience with you, and really appreciate everything you guys are doing for the city of Burlington and just as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Adama, and thank you, Elijah Mamadouba. And we know we don't have a lot of time, but thank you also to all the city councils for sponsoring this resolution and for putting it on the consent agenda. Thank you, President.
Thanks so much, Councilor Jang. If there are any members of the council that have any questions or comments on this item, the floor is open at this time. Or the mayor as well. Mayor Weinberger.
I just wanted to voice my support for taking this action tonight and approving this resolution. I want to thank and congratulate Councilor Jang for the leadership and hard work he's put into this effort. It was really a privilege and a highlight to be on a call with Councilor Jang when he was on his last trip to Senegal and speak to some of the leaders there that will help make this relationship a reality. And I think Councilor Jang is quite right that it is overdue and important that we have many sister city relationships. None of them up until now have been with any city in Africa, and as you know, especially as Burlington changes and evolves as a community and has more and more direct links to cities and countries in Africa, I think this would be a very fitting and important thing to do at this point. And it's quite poignant that Councilor Jang in his last meeting is able to bring this forward and for our action tonight. So I thank you, Councilor Jang, and happy Ramadan to you. And it's been a privilege serving with you for all these years.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. I think we'll all second that. If there's no one else, we will move on. And again, this is the same situation. We do have a resolution formally creating the sister city relationship. It is on our consent agenda. When we get to our consent agenda, we will be voting on that. That will move us, since we do have some time, we have two local control meetings, and since we do have a little bit of time, we'll go to those. So we will recess the council meeting at 6:03, and we will go to the local control commission at 6:03. The first item on that agenda is item 1.01, which is a motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Shannon, would you be willing to make that motion?
Yes, I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Thank you. And we do have Councilor Grant, who's joining us by Zoom. The second item is the consent agenda. Commissioner Shannon, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. All those, any discussion on that? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. So we have 3 items on our deliberative agenda. The first is 3.1, which is a first-class liquor license application for Queen City Cafe. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 first-class liquor license application for Queen City Cafe at 377 Pine Street, contingent upon the fire marshal approval and with all standard conditions.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as made by Commissioner Shannon, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, which moves us to 3.2, an outside consumption permit application for the same business, Queen City Cafe. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 outside consumption permit application for Queen City Cafe at 377 Pine Street.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, which brings us to the final deliberative item, which is 3.3, a first and third class liquor license application for Rogue Rabbit. Commissioner Shannon.
I move to approve the 2024-2025 first and third class liquor license applications for Rogue Rabbit with all standard conditions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Shannon. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as made by Commissioner Shannon, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And with no other business on this agenda, and seeing,
Point of order, President Paul, there is a 3.4.
there is? Really? Okay, my
Outside.
apologies. Let me get to that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So item 3.4 is an outside consumption permit application for the archives. Commissioner Shannon.
President Paul, on this one, it's going back to the old days when we actually didn't have the prompt of what the actions were. So I'm going to wing it and move to approve the 2024-2025 outside consumption permit application for the archives at 191 College Street with all standard conditions.
All right, well, we will, someone will let us know if that's not correct. Seeing no one who's letting us know that that's not correct, we'll go with it. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And now we can say that with no other business on the agenda and seeing no objection, we'll adjourn the Local Control Commission meeting at 6:08 and call to order the Local Cannabis Control Commission at the same time. The first item on that agenda is 1.01, motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. We have our agenda. And we have one item on this agenda, I believe, and that is item 2, which is a 2024 Local Cannabis Control Commission application 2.1 for Judy's Holistic Solutions. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to approve and authorize transmission of local approval of the following local cannabis control license application to the State Cannabis Control Board, subject to all municipal conditions currently in effect on such local license for Judy's Holistic Solutions at 64 Archibald Street.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Shannon, seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no, and that motion passes unanimously. With no other business on this agenda, and seeing no objection, we'll adjourn the Local Cannabis Control Commission meeting at 6:09, and we'll reconvene the recessed council meeting at 6:09, with our thanks to the members of the License Committee, which this year was Commissioners Shannon, Travers, and Grant. We do still have a little bit of time before 6:30, so we will go to item number 4, which are climate emergency reports. Is there any counselor or the administration that wishes to offer a climate emergency report at this time? Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. Sorry, just one second. So since we last met, we did provide an important update to the public. I'd like to summarize it and share it here as well. It's been 5 years since the city council together announced the most ambitious climate policy of any city in America, our net zero energy roadmap. In the 5 years since we did that, we have seen 100-year storms, warming winters, early frosts, and of course, a multi-year global pandemic response that threw families and businesses into crisis and ultimately cost us the lives of over 1,000 Vermonters, and that unleashed enormous economic volatility here in Burlington and around the world. Through all of that and more, Burlington has stayed focused on our climate goals and is making substantial progress towards them. In those 5 years, we've installed 2,300 heat pumps, increasing the uptake of our heat pump rebates 25-fold. We've helped over 700 families switch to hybrid or electric vehicles, and each of those households can charge their new cars on 100% renewable electricity. And more, notably, we are electrifying our city fleet with 25 new EVs and 16 new hybrids. We can say tonight, as of the last couple weeks, with confidence that these efforts are working to bring down our emissions. Last week, we released the 5-year net zero roadmap update, which showed that we are now 18% below our 2018 emissions levels, a reduction of about 40,000 metric tons of CO2 annually. This demonstrates that with pioneering policy and collective action across the community, we can end our reliance on fossil fuels and save Vermont families and businesses money at the same time. I think it's important to note that this documented now, measured progress has taken place even while we are building hundreds of new homes. We have more homes being built right now than any other point in the city's recent past, and before the new financial incentives of the historic late 22 Biden Inflation Reduction Act have fully kicked in. We certainly expect that in 2024 and future years that federal action will put wind in the sails of this effort. But we are not just going to leave it to the federal government. We also announced a new slate of programs and incentives simultaneous with this announcement last week. I encourage Burlingtonians to check out these new programs on BD's website. There are new opportunities for homeowners and renters and people who commute by car or bike, as well as more exciting news about new chargers and electric buses. Thank you, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. If there are no counselors who wish to offer a climate emergency report, then we will move on to item number 5, which are the public health and safety emergency reports. Councilor Doherty.
Thank you, President Paul. President Paul, as you know, you, myself, and Councilor Grant attended our monthly Public Safety Committee meeting last Thursday, where we received our monthly reports from Chief Murad and Chief LaChance. I wanted to highlight one thing that was in Fire Chief LaChance's report that I think is worth drawing the public's attention to. and that is his report, and the public can go to the website, the city website, and see this slide deck for themselves. It's public information. But Chief LaChance reported to us in a pretty demonstrative and clear graphic that the monthly overdose reports, the monthly overdose responses, is down dramatically. And specifically, around August and September, if you look at this chart, and I won't try to describe it, but the numbers look like they have fallen off a cliff and have maintained, I wouldn't say a low, but a considerably lower level through the months of September, October, November, January, and into February. President Paul, you and I and Councilor Grant asked Chief LaChance and Chief Murad and some of the other professionals that were in attendance at the committee meeting what they thought might be responsible for this dramatic improvement, albeit temporary or short term, but hopefully will extend to longer term. No one, understandably, had definitive answers, but one of the issues that was discussed was that in the fall, our federal and local law enforcement partners engaged in a number of significant law enforcement activities against out-of-state drug dealers who were supplying the community with xylazine, which is a substance, for those who are not aware, that is more resistant to overdose prevention drugs or overdose prevention reversal drugs like Narcan, and speculated that there might be some connection between those enforcement activities and the decline in overdose rates. No one, understandably, was willing to say for sure that there was a causative relationship as opposed to just a correlative relationship. But I think it's worth noting, and we all urged the professionals to continue to look hard at what they think might be going on and what might be responsible for this improvement in the overdose situation. And I hope that as we move into a new city council year with a new mayor, that we keep our eye on what we're doing in the city and its relationship to these overdose rates so that we can really assess what's working and what's not working. Rarely at this point in the city council meeting do we hear hopeful news, but this is certainly a ray of sunshine, perhaps, that hopefully will continue.
Thank you so much, Councilor Doherty. I would agree with you. That was certainly encouraging news at our public safety meeting. If there are no other councilors or do you? Mayor Weinberger?
I think Councilor Hightower may have had an update too.
My apologies.
Oh, sorry,
No?
I misunderstood. So this is the time for the public safety update. So I do have a few updates. I'll try to keep them short. We've communicated this some with the council already, but I want to discuss here the benefit of the public operations of the Cherry Street shelter, which was open for about 10 days, closing today. There was very little communication with local communities before the opening of this shelter by the state, only about 72 hours notice. But I supported the action and was clear that closing the shelter, if it was well used by guests, would really not be acceptable. It would be a huge mistake after what we saw last summer when we had unprecedented levels of unsheltered homelessness in Chittenden County. Dozens and dozens of people sleeping outside, in tents, under awnings, and really no reason to think that those conditions have changed substantially. We communicated through the week that we thought the shelter needed to remain open. The state actually closed the shelter on Friday morning, but fortunately, I'm grateful that at the 11th hour, they did see the need to keep it open with the storm that was coming, and the shelter was substantially utilized. It didn't open until 8:15 on Friday night, but 12 people used it that night, 28 people used it or 26 people used it on Saturday night, and then on Sunday night, almost 40 people, 38 individuals stayed there. One wonders how much that count would have continued to rise as if it had been kept open longer. People will remember, council I'm sure will remember, that we advocated for a permanent additional shelter to be open in the spring of 2023. And it's clear to me that's still what is needed at a time when we have almost no vacancy, when our existing shelters and social services are overwhelmed. I am concerned that without an additional facility, that we will have another difficult summer with unprecedented levels of unsheltered homelessness. What I've communicated, and I know the mayor-elect has communicated to the state as well, is that the city, as we always have, would be a partner to the state in finding further shelter options. It cannot be, however, that all of this falls to the city of Burlington to take action on. We already have opened 3 new shelters in this community since the fall of 2020. No other community in the state has done anything like that, and we certainly need help from the state to provide the level of shelter that's needed. I also want to share that the Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee met today. It was the last meeting that I attended as a member of, and a decision was made by the committee to issue a letter endorsed by the committee that would be in addition to the letter that Dr. Levine issued to the legislature early in the new year. This is a letter that has been controversial. The ACLU has actually threatened legal action over this because it short-circuited, the sending of that letter really short-circuited the process that is supposed to take place at the settlement committee and kind of remove the ability the settlement committee to communicate directly with the legislature. I believe we will now do that, and there will be a substantial change to what is recommended to the legislature, in that the committee's letter will recommend the funding of overdose prevention sites and the use of settlement dollars to fund that opening. Dr. Levine's letter mentioned that the committee was supportive of that, but did not recommend the use of the settlement dollars to be used for that. From my perspective, it's important that the settlement dollars be used as the funding source as opposed to a new or an increased tax, as the legislature is currently considering, for 2 reasons. One, this remains a controversial issue, and from my perspective, the public, there are many members of the public who are not comfortable with this strategy and don't like the idea of their tax dollars funding this strategy, whereas there's considerable additional comfort with these targeted, restricted opioid settlement dollars being used for this. I think it broadens the number of people, Vermonters, who are supportive of this action. It also removes one of the reasons in which I am concerned Governor Scott will veto the overdose prevention site legislation, in that he, for many years, has made clear he does not support the increase or expansion of taxes or fees, and this would violate that principle of his. So my hope is the legislature listens to us on this. And finally, I do just share with my council colleagues, particularly the ones that are going to be remaining on the council, that I hope we have not heard back yet as to whether the state will be funding the methadone dosing unit that we and the Howard Center together have proposed be opened in downtown Burlington. The need for methadone treatment is greater than ever, given the fentanyl and crisis and the impact it has on people who need treatment. And we are expecting a response any day on that. It's been pushing a year now since the legislature appropriated money for expanded methadone access, and I hope the council will continue to focus on this and urge state action on this so that we finally have this additional strategy in the downtown to build on the momentum that Councilor Doherty mentioned, where we are seeing some hopeful signs with overdoses being down to continue that, to expand it. I think expanded methadone is critical. Thank you, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. Councilor Grant. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you. So this past Thursday at the Ward 5 NPA, I spoke and I had a member, one of the residents of Decker Towers with me, and also a community member that has been very involved with helping out the residents in Decker Tower. They live in a building that's kind of right behind Decker Towers, technically on Church Street. And I think it was a really great discussion about what we can do as community members to help residents out in Decker Towers and other residents in other buildings that are having the same problems, although maybe not to the same degree. But since I kind of started this journey with Decker Towers, other places have definitely been reaching out. I was discussing the concept of mutual aid in the community and how once the security issues were under control, there could be some improvements made in the building. For example, the residents would really like to have the building painted, but they're willing to do some of the work themselves. They just need some help in terms of donations, sweat equity. Maybe we could get some people to donate art, things like that. And so it was a really great discussion. Once again, it was at last Thursday, the Ward 5 NPA, which is available to view on Town Meeting TV, on their YouTube channel, or on Town Meeting TV's webpage. And it was a really wonderful discussion. So I hope you all take the time to consider watching that. I've also been talking to some of our first responders, and it is really clear that we can't have another summer like we had last summer. We are, as we all know, are struggling to maintain our police force. This is definitely affecting our fire department as well. So we, as a community, really need to look deeper at these issues and look deeper at what we can do to help both of these departments. And I'll leave it at there, only to say I hope to have some future ideas around some specific community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Grant. If there are any other councilors who wish to speak to a public health and safety emergency report, now would be the time. Seeing no others, we'll close that item. And it is now 6:27, which is close enough to 6:30. And that brings us to item number 3, which is the public forum. Before we begin public forum, I'd like to note that we do have a process for public forum, and I speak for the full council as we share a strong commitment to an orderly process and one that honors all voices and includes a very respectful discourse. For those that are joining us in Contois, we have a timer system that's on the table in front of me that has 3 lights. The green light will shine when you begin speaking, the second when you have 30 seconds left, and the last light will shine when your time is up. Please complete your sentence when the sound and light indicate your time is up, so that everyone has the same amount of time. I do apologize in advance. I will need to stop you once the clock runs down to 0, as we must keep the public forum moving along. If you're joining us online, there's a timer system that we will set up on Zoom. We don't have a light system, but when your 2 minutes are up and the clock winds down to 0, please complete your sentence so that we can move on to hearing from the next community member. If you wish to speak in person, there are forms to my right in the back of the room. Please leave them on the table and we will collect them. As it has been our practice, Burlington residents will have first priority to speak. We will go to the Burlington residents in Contois who have submitted a form in person, then to Burlington residents online who've completed the online form, and then we will go to any Burlington property owners or representatives of Burlington-based businesses in person and then online, and then back to Conchoice to hear from any non-Burlington residents, and we will wrap up with online non-Burlington residents who are joining us via Zoom. We do have a large number of people who wish to speak during public forum this evening. Please, if you wish to speak and someone has already said effectively what you want to say, there is no need to repeat what others have said. When your name is called, if you wish to yield your time to others who have spoken, all you need to do is let us know that your feelings have been expressed by others before you, and you will be recognized, and you can just say your thoughts have been expressed. We see you, and we will note the support for the sentiment that others have expressed. You want to speak now? Okay, all right. My apologies. We'll hold off on this for just one moment. There is a representative from the Vermont Air National Guard who does wish to speak to the sister city relationship, and we will let them speak at this time. If you want to just come forward right here.
Good evening, and apologies for missing the initial portion of the Sister Cities. I don't know if the slide presentation was shared, but on behalf of Major General Knight from the Vermont National Guard, I want to thank the city for inviting us to speak on behalf of our partnership with Senegal. I'll keep this short since I know you only have about 2 or 3 minutes before the next agenda item. The Republic of Senegal has been partnered with the state of Vermont since 2008 through the Vermont National Guard State Partnership Program. In this time, over 900 National Guards men and women have had the opportunity to travel to Senegal to provide military assistance and security cooperation for the citizens of Senegal. This new initiative, which has been proposed by Councilman Dieng in the last year, brings a lot of opportunity for the state and for this city to contribute to our national and international strategic objectives. I'd say Senegal is a country that always welcomes assistance. It is in the far west corner of Africa where resources are limited. They just recently went through a significant political process. Yesterday, they went through national elections, and with this new election, there's a likelihood that there are opportunities for the city of Burlington to contribute to change, especially governance, development, and peace in the region. So, like my fellows, Peter from Vermont Council, Green Across the World, and our colleagues in the Vermont Council of World Affairs, we seek to open the city of Burlington for more international cooperation, in particular with the Vermont National Guard, who does an annual medical exercise in the cities in Senegal, in local health clinics, and local military clinics. But to close, I would say this is a great opportunity for young political leaders, educators, the health sector, and other communities in Vermont to engage with our partners overseas. And especially since Vermont and Burlington have a diaspora of Senegalese citizens here, gives them an opportunity to work with their fellow countrymen at home. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see a positive result in the vote this afternoon.
Thank you so much. So we'll continue, of course. We'll continue with the public forum. So we have an order for how we speak during public forum. Burlington residents will go first. We will then go to non-Burlington residents who are Burlington property owners or representatives of Burlington-based organizations, and then we will go and finish up with non-Burlington residents. During public forum, we ask that you please use respectful language. We'd like to remind everyone here this evening and those that are joining us online that there are families who watch our council meetings as their connection to civic engagement. Parents use our forum to teach our city's children about city government, and we expect that everyone will refrain from using profanity. Let's model the best of Burlington. As well, and given the nature of the items on our agenda, I would just ask that it's important that our language and whatever you have to say tonight reflects the presumption that everyone here tonight is interested in what is best not only for themselves and their neighbors, but for all of Burlington. Presuming and expressing that speakers are here only for self-interest just simply cheapens the level of discourse, and it serves to prevent us from coming together with reasonable solutions. We ask that you please keep this in mind. To that end, when you are speaking at the table, I would ask that you please face me, direct your comments to me as the chair, and not to anyone else at this table or to the audience that is gathered around you, and please do not personalize your comments. This rule will be enforced. Again, we want to hear what you have to say, and we will listen much more intently if you speak respectfully. When I call on you, if you do wish to speak in the public hearing later on the agenda on the neighborhood code or the proposed amendments, you can just let me know. We do have 2 different forms for the public hearing and for public forum, but if you've made a mistake and you wish to speak later, just let me know and we will put you in that queue. With that, we will go to those that are joining us in conchoice who wish to speak during public forum. The first is Jennifer Ely, to be followed by David Cawley. Good evening. If you could just make sure that the microphone is on, the green light should be on right in front of you. You can move that down.
How's that?
That is perfect.
First off, I want to share the good news that Burlington is amazingly biodiverse. Most notable are the presence of medium-sized mammals, such as foxes, that provide a couple of very, very important services for us people. Our city's biodiversity is in no small way attributable to its topography, specifically its streams and its ravines, natural ravines, not like the big one being worked on here in Burlington. Burlington has many steep-sided ravines that serve wildlife as their most safe and most comfortable way to travel and to hide from, guess who, us. Why should we ever put wildlife habitat ahead of further housing development? That's a good question. The answer is we don't want to lose a couple of very important redeeming qualities that wildlife are currently providing to us at no charge. Burlington's red and gray foxes hunt and feed on species that us people consider nuisance species. They are key players in keeping skunk populations in check. So that's one thing they do. Foxes also prey on mice that carry Lyme disease. Medium-sized mammals in our city, such as the fox, are keeping us safer. We can keep them safer by protecting their habitat and their travel corridors. In closing, my request to the council is to specifically include wording in the new neighborhood code, such as this wording, that ravines shown to be functioning as wildlife habitat and corridors for Burlington's red and gray fox and other mammals will have a 30 to 50 foot wide no-mow buffer that follows the level ground on both sides of the ravine.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Cawley, to be followed by Joanne Tetzel. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm speaking in favor of the neighborhood code, which you'll be considering later on this evening. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and have been a resident of the ward for 32 years. The proposed changes, I believe, are a key step to address the housing needs for our city. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the work of the Office of City Planning, CEDO, and City Council Ordinance Committee that developed these concepts and their ability to inform the public about this vision. I also appreciate that the neighborhood code has been supported by notable individuals and organizations such as Champlain Housing Trust, Habitat for Humanity, AARP Vermont, and Locomotion, to name a few. While this neighborhood code removes significant barriers to missing middle housing in our city, I'm not afraid that it will result in runaway development that will completely upset our neighborhoods. I believe that it will be possible to blend the missing middle into the existing fabric of our neighborhoods. And there are many development and permitting processes, controls that will remain in place to prevent possibility of runaway. The proposed neighborhood code has sparked a lot of dialogue in Ward 1. This has resulted in a few amendment alternatives. I support the alternatives proposed by Councilor Hightower. I believe the neighborhood code changes are needed to keep Burlington viable for the future, not just for those of us who have lived here a long time. Middle missing housing will welcome young people, families, and help to stabilize housing for some of us older citizens by adding smaller, more affordable housing types. Please consider this when you vote. Now is the time for action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Our next speaker is Joanne Tetzel, to be followed by Michelle Everleth. Good evening.
Hi, I have come to City Council for the first time ever, so I also went to an MPA meeting for the first time ever. I am not a Burlington native, but I consider Burlington my home, and I'm very proud to call it my home. I love the community that Burlington brings, and I'm glad you've got us having the conversation about neighborhood code. It needed to happen, 100%. I have recruited in this area for the 13 years I've lived here, and it's hard to bring top talent to somewhere where there is a housing crisis. But you've started the conversation. We don't need to finish it tonight. You've got our attention, we're engaged. I've left my kids at home, I'm here. So please consider that the conversation should still be open, and let's look at the committee, and with a new council coming in, find the right solution that works for all of Burlington. I appreciate those of you on the council who have replied to my emails that I have been sending out. I am very appreciative of what we do here in Burlington, but let's please continue the conversation and not end it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Everleth, to be followed by Janet Colburn. And we are in the process of opening the upstairs. We don't have it open quite yet, but for those who are standing, you need not stand for such a long period of time. We will get the upstairs open. Good evening.
Good evening. I didn't come prepared with anything as a speech, but I just want to share that I've lived in Burlington for 30-something years. I've lived in my neighborhood for 20. I think it's important to stop the process right as you see it for the same reasons that Joe had mentioned. We have started the process of understanding what you're trying to accomplish here. We agree with more housing being a priority in the town of Burlington, but to do it in a meaningful way that engages all of us, now that we are aware of all of the proposal and the steps that are being asked to be taken, we just like to slow it down, take a look at what's on the books, and maybe come together and think more thoughtfully of what's going to be best for everybody involved.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Janet it might be Colburn. Kilburn. And to be followed by Romeo Herman.
Hi
Good
there,
evening.
thank you. I'm going to ask that you all consider do not pass this neighborhood code tonight. Please, as Michelle and Joe have said, slow it down and let's do it right. We don't want to go back and fix things with unintended consequences, but this was really pushed through quickly. Our neighborhood just became aware of it a few weeks ago, and it hasn't really been vetted with a lot of public input, diverse public input. So first of all, in terms of equity, if we're going to increase housing, we need to make sure it's affordable. And we can't just rely on market forces and landlords to do that. It hasn't worked. We need to tie it to legislation that ensures some of this housing will be equitable and affordable. The proposal itself is flawed in that the wealthiest areas in Burlington are going to remain or not change at all, or are going to be low density. That is not acceptable. Furthermore, if it violates Plan BTV and the state, Vermont State Statute 24, why are we even considering it? Like, why would we do a large zoning change that does not support incremental, slow change that's in keeping with the neighborhoods? I've lived in Burlington over 30 years, and I've rented and I've owned a house, and I've lived among college kids for 20 years in my current neighborhood. And if we're going to increase the density of college kids in a particular area, what I've seen is their responsibility and kind of civic involvement with their neighbors decreases. So we really just need to think this through. I also say if UVM, as the state auditor found, has really increased the pressure and the burden on the city for housing, then we need UVM to be part of the solution. So let's work with them on the half million feet of parking space that they have to ease up the zoning for UVM so they can build up and house more students on campus. And finally, climate change. Anybody who's lived here for a long time.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Romeo Herman, to be followed by Mary Ann Danis. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President. And I haven't prepared any remarks as usual, but Mr. Mayor, councilors, fellow Burlingtonians, city residents, everybody. I know there's a lot to talk about tonight, but I want to specifically, not to put you on the spotlight, Madam President, I want to recognize that your indelible mark that you're leaving in this council and your presidency at this council. It's been outstanding and one to be remembered. And it will be on the history books without a doubt. And I equally want to thank other councilors who really leaving their mark in this city, as well as our wonderful mayor here, regardless of what anybody thinks out there. I'm grateful for your service to our city. I just want to share my thanks for the service that you've contributed to our city, the level of calmness that you brought to our council. I know there's been quite a number of situations where things got a little bit out of hand, but you find a way to bring back to measure. So thank you for everything that you've done for us, for our ward, as well as for the city, and as well as the rest of the council and our mayor. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mary Ann Danis, to be followed by Laura Hollowell. Good evening.
Being slow. My name's Mary Ann Danis. I have lived in Lakeside my entire life. My parents were part of an organization that got the historical neighborhood passed, and I'd like to see that stay. And I believe the new zoning and possibly the new neighborhood codes are going to change that. And I beg you to look at things again. There are certain things within the city that we need to consider. We need to block out all the historical neighborhoods. We need to block out, the historical buildings. We need to, there's just so much that needs to be thought of before it's passed. So I know people have already spoken, but I'm gonna beg you to hold off on the zoning, hold off on the neighborhood codes, and then turn around and even reconsider the parking, the ratio between apartments and parking. We in Lakeside don't have any street parking. My son has to come down at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night to get even a parking place in front of our house. So I beg you, I thank you for your time, but I beg you to reconsider these things for the sake of everybody in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Laura Hollowell, to be followed by Eric Farrell. Hi, good evening.
Hello. My name is Laura Hollowell. I have been a very long time renter in Burlington, over 40 years, and only recently have become a homeowner, as Shannon knows. I want to say that on close examination, the neighborhood code is not about gentle infill and incremental change. It's a massive rezoning of Burlington. I feel the code hands the keys of our city to developers and removes the guardrails that protect our neighborhoods from speculation and overdevelopment. To suddenly allow this intense development in historic neighborhoods full of compact homes is not incremental. In the long run, these drastic changes decrease homeownership and the variety of housing. In particular, the very neighborhoods that are proposed for upzoning contain a type of housing that is very hard to find in Burlington. These small lots with green spaces absorb stormwater and protect the lake. They create beautiful streets and sustainable communities. Our bungalows and trees and birds don't threaten the Vermont landscape. They're part of it, and they should evolve to create more housing. Cities, especially older ones, are full of opportunities for development that don't dismantle neighborhoods and destruct green spaces. I urge the City Council to reject the current neighborhood code and support a new and better code that protects housing and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Farrell, to be followed by Kathleen Donahue. Good evening, Eric.
Good evening. So I'm here to encourage you to pass neighborhood code tonight without delay. Burlington needs all the housing it can get, and sooner is better than later, and more is better than less. That's the way I feel about it. I'm a housing developer, and even though what we're building at Cambrian Rise and what's planned for the new for the South End and what's being built currently at City Place is not the least expensive housing that can be created in the city. And I think that what might be overlooked by a lot of people is that the neighborhood code is a serious opportunity to provide affordable housing in Burlington, housing at scale, with smaller buildings, smaller footprints. I also expect that it will roll out slower than most people expect, and that there'll be and that it will evolve, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to tweak the ordinance as required as we see how that it unfolds. So I would encourage you to pass it tonight, and let's build all the housing that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Our next speaker is Kathleen Donahue, to be followed by Solveig Overby. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Donahue, and I live in Ward 1 on Henry Street. I want to recognize the efforts of the Mayor's Office, the Planning Office, and the Planning Commission for their hard work in attempting to meet the current housing crisis. You have succeeded in putting forth a document that has the best interests of the city at heart. However, now it is time to show that you have listened and understood the public comments, and it is time to modify the code so that it is responsive to the many valid concerns and ideas raised. This is an opportunity to make the document stronger, more enduring, and gain wider public approval. There is no perfect code, but there is a better code that reflects the needs, the pressures, and the character of different neighborhoods. There is a better code that creates greater opportunity for affordable home ownership, stable neighborhoods, and that values permanent residents, old and new. And there is a better code that responsibly preserves green space and trees that contribute to the health and well-being of the residents, as well as to that of the natural environment. My strong preference is that you send the code back to committee to modify and strengthen it. Short of that, I ask you to compromise and adopt Councillor Doherty's amendment number 4, given the extreme pressure of student rentals in our area, as well as those amendments that shrink units per lot and lot coverage. And I ask you to create a realistic plan that deals with the parking demands that will inevitably come with an increase in the number of housing units. There needs to be a solid plan to park all of the extra cars other than on the limited green spaces around homes and the already crowded streets. Thank you for being thoughtful, forward-thinking leaders. Your vote is consequential, and I hope that your decision considers the long view and unintended consequences, as well as the demands of the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Solveig Overby, to be followed by Annie Howell. Good evening.
I've learned that these microphones don't work unless you're breathing right onto them.
Despite our best efforts.
I'm going to try. I was told to hold on to it like this. My name is Solveig Overby, and I know I've spoken to you before. And the reason, I've communicated with my city councilors, Jean Bergman and Milo Grant, about couple specific concerns that I have. I'm asking you to not vote approving the neighborhood code, and that you actually give the next city council an opportunity and the next ordinance committee an opportunity to review it. And the reason I'm asking for that is that it really is wishful thinking to think approving 10 units per property lot is going to actually bring in more housing. It's just wishful thinking to make that happen, dependent on private people. And my real concern is the fact that we're going to have possibly a property tax increase this summer, and I'm very concerned about the potential for predatory real estate companies, private equity people who are, once this happens, those properties that we have in those neighborhoods that we're hoping that there's going to be people coming along and putting in housing at the scale that we were talked about, there's going to be people that are going to go to, I'm sure you've heard of 990.com and 72sold.com, which when a senior sees their property tax bill, they're going to be calling those people up, and then they're going to be getting a price tag, and we are basically making the value of those properties as investment properties rather than as residences more valuable. So I'm very concerned that we haven't considered that, and I would really like to encourage you guys to recognize that that's going to happen. We are going to be subject to predatory real estate, private equity firms that are going to recognize that we've just made all of our neighborhoods so much more profitable. I have a house, a 2-bedroom house. I could have 10 units on my lot, which is completely crazy, but I could maybe just cash out and leave. But please, please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Annie Howell, to be followed by Todd Schlossberg. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Annie Howell, and first I want to say thank you to the current configuration of the City Council, and especially to President Karen Paul and all of your hard work to this matter over the last years. I've enjoyed being your neighbor, and I look forward to working with you and partnering with you on this side. So I want to talk early and briefly about the neighborhood code, especially as the City Council representation turns a new leaf. And there's a lot of newness to the council in terms of what's been going on in the city currently. So in addition to studying the larger city systems, the housing needs, the water, the green spaces, the parking that everybody has been referring to tonight, I'm hoping that the City Council really reviews the specifics at the ground level and pays attention to current developers, landlords, some of the loopholes that get taken advantage of, understanding how sometimes those very people can not be the best neighbors, business people, landlords. Their development maybe is not always as green as we would hope, and use those not necessarily to scare ourselves that they might do it again, but as case studies to make sure that the language doesn't just represent the ideal, but that it represents the very specific, so that we can make sure that whatever we pass is very specific to what the less than ideal could be. So that's my hope, is that the city council really studies what's going on now to put current language in it. I'm happy to be a liaison with our new city council and help introduce what neighbors have complained about for a long time at the ground level.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And again, just to keep in mind that the upstairs is open. You don't need to stand. If you would like to go upstairs, you're welcome to. And if you are signed up for public forum, that's not a problem. You know, we will wait for you if you want to go upstairs and have a seat. When we call out your name, we will. You will still be part of the queue, whether you are downstairs or upstairs. Our next speaker is Todd Schlossberg, to be followed by Andrew Listurgeon. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Todd Schlossberg. I live in Ward 1. I moved to Burlington in 1981. And I've seen a lot of change on my street, Loomis Street. Lower Loomis Street to the west of Willard was largely, predominantly working families and working people either owning or renting properties, and now that's almost entirely student rentals. So we've seen a lot of change that is consistent with the auditor's report that tells us that 2/3 of the growth in Burlington's population since 1990 is accounted for by UVM student growth. Without concomitant construction by UVM, it's been compelled by the city using all leverage available. I am here in favor of neighborhood code, and I'm in favor of a neighborhood code that is equitable and responsible. By equitable, I mean no exemptions, no privileges for the whitest, wealthiest neighborhoods. We can't have an increase in zoning that leaves the largest, most vacant lots that have the most room for expansion remain as low density. It's not conscionable. It's not a conscientious, responsible way to legislate in our city. We also can't have a neighborhood code that places the greatest burdens on neighborhoods in Ward 1 and Ward 5 that are closest to the campuses, that have already borne so much impact without an effort by UVM to make up for the student increases. So we're asking for an equitable code. It's been said that the choice between for and against is often a false choice. And this is not a question of for or against housing. We need infill, we need responsible growth, we need equitable and responsible housing. But to allow a change in the code that will end up promoting developers building a small number of units on lots that will require high rents is not going to lead to responsible results. Asking that you send this back to the Planning Commission and to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Andrew Listurgeon, to be followed by Julie Springer. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Andrew. I'm the resident that Milo mentioned earlier, who lives next to Decker. I'm not here to talk about that tonight. I've got a lot of your ears, and we're making really good progress as fast as I can anyway. I don't know how you all do it. My people who are older and wiser than me tell me that all of you have thankless jobs, and I think that's probably true, so I'm here to thank you all. A lot of this is, for a lot of you, this is your last meeting. So Mr. Mayor and Mark, Joan, Sarah, Hannah, Allie, President Karen Paul, Ben, Tim, Zorea, Joe, Milo, and Jean, thank you so much. Thanks for what you do for the city. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Julie Springer, to be followed by Kathy Nielsen. Good evening.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Just get as close as you can without eating the microphone.
Okay. My name is Julie Springer. I live in Ward 1, and I'm going to do some dittoing here, but I did want to say thank you to the council. The neighborhood code has actually gotten me more connected with the council, and I've been so impressed with the professionalism and the service that you guys provide to the city, so thank you. I wanted to say I love Burlington. I'm a strong proponent of modifying Burlington's zoning rules to allow for increased density throughout the city.
At the same time, I urge caution to the city council and the mayor to not move forward with the neighborhood code as written, with or without amendments. Many people have spoken about lot coverage, lake health, parking concerns, lack of affordable housing, increasing UVM enrollment not being offset by UVM-sponsored housing, and I share those concerns as well. But what's most important to me, in addition to those, is keeping green spaces. It impacts our mental health, our physical health. It's a refuge for people. It provides food for people. It helps our pollinators. It helps reduce runoff. It can be a gathering space for friends, family, neighbors. It's a place for our pets, for urban animals to thrive. It's a safe haven for our city's trees, which need green space for their extensive root systems. Trees that offer us shade, oxygen, take in carbon dioxide. And our green spaces provide places for children to play. So I would urge adding a green space, a minimum green space requirement to the neighborhood code to keep our people, animals, plants, and our environment healthy. So again, I support increased density in Burlington, but I urge a much more moderate approach. 3 to 4x density increase is.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kathy Nielsen, to be followed by Nick Persampieri, to be followed by Robert Bristow Johnson. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Nielsen. I live in Ward 1. 2 minutes is not a lot of time, so I will forgo the many details outlined by my neighbors around the city that lead so many of us to believe the neighborhood code should be sent back to committee. I wish to address the problem that I believe has the greatest impact on the city now and for years to come. The push to pass the neighborhood code has been a flawed process. It has promoted anger and distrust, and it has invited deep skepticism. Excuse me. Like so many Burlingtonians, I found out about the proposal weeks ago, and frankly, my first reaction was, this can't possibly be true. How could a proposal with this degree of significance, with such severe ramifications for our neighborhoods, be close to being voted on, and we're just hearing about it now? I still don't understand how the process evolved as it did, and you as city councilors and mayor who have lived this have a clearer view. But it is important that you understand the ramifications of what has happened. What started as a moderate upzoning proposal in October turned into a more radical and far-reaching document by the end of January. It never should have happened like this. Those who questioned the final proposal were left to do research and pose questions that in the end were not answered. Please don't say people should have known. The reality is they did not. Over and over again, people said to me, you know, I follow city politics pretty closely, and I knew nothing about this. Intentional or not, the process resulted in a tremendous amount of confusion and distrust, and by the end, some pretty despicable name-calling. Burlington residents have an important role to play, but we desperately need the mayor and the city council to lead the way, ensuring that the process of governance is open and honest. Please stop and send the neighborhood code back to committee. This is the only way we can be sure that the final product is one that best serves all of Burlington.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nick Persampieri, to be followed by Robert Bristow Johnson, to be followed by Lauren Sheppy. Good evening.
Good evening. I feel really lucky to be able to own and live in a condo in a high-density part of Ward 3. I urge you to pass the neighborhood code tonight, preferably without weakening amendments. As others have said, this is a needed first step to address our critical lack of housing, and in particular our lack of affordable housing. It will allow multifamily units, and the bulk of what we should be building should be multifamily units, because with a median sales price of $460,000, single-family homes are just simply out of reach of the average Burlington household, which has a household income of $65,000. The neighborhood code is also needed to address the climate crisis. Households that live in units in multifamily buildings use on average less than half the energy of those who live in single-family homes. And increased density also helps reduce transportation emissions of greenhouse gases, which is our largest source of greenhouse gases in Burlington and in the state. We need this to allow more development to happen in Burlington rather than out in the surrounding suburbs, which has all kinds of negative impacts. Between 2010 and 2020, Burlington gained 5.5% of population. At the same time, Williston grew by over 16% and South Burlington by 13%. Please pass the neighborhood code tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Robert Bristow Johnson, to be followed by Lauren Sheppy, to be followed by Philip Kiefer. Kiefer, you'll let me know if I've mispronounced your name. Good evening, Robert.
So I don't want to repeat what Romeo and this other guy said, but I will anyway. I am in deep appreciation of our city council president and our outgoing mayor, especially for 12 years. But to not repeat, I'm just going to go to chapter 2. And chapter 2 is the flip side of this thing, in which of the 13 policymakers sitting at this table, 6 of you are not going to be here next week. And I'm concerned about the loss of institutional memory. And so the 6 that are replacing you aren't there, so I can't harangue them at the moment. But if I could, I would tell them to listen to you, at least the other 7, because sometimes there are issues of stability that become untenable when there is this much institutional change in one simple term of government. And so I'm glad that there's at least 7 of you that's hanging around. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lauren Sheppy, to be followed by Philip Kiefer, to be followed by Lisa Lax. Good evening.
Hi, thanks for giving me time to speak tonight. My name is Lauren Schweppe. I live in Ward 7. I don't usually attend these things in person, so I'm a little nervous, sorry. But I did feel like it was important for me to show up in person tonight. My partner and I moved here to Burlington for the community. This was the type of place that we could see ourselves starting a family and putting down roots. Affordability in housing is a really big barrier to entry for that. As someone whose future in this city depends on affordable housing and the development of affordable housing here in Burlington, I've followed the neighborhood code for the, I think, 7 or 8 months that it's been in development, and I've seen the immense body of work that has gone into this. Passing this code tonight is a really huge step in making Burlington a more vibrant and more affordable city where myself and my peers can afford to own homes and start families. The best time to pass these changes was 10 years ago, but the second best time is now, so please pass the neighborhood code tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Philip Kiefer, to be followed by Lisa Lax, to be followed by Matthew. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Philip Kiefer. I live in Ward 2. I'm here to ask this council to pass the code as written without amendments, accepting the wildlife corridors. I'm into that. Last time I was here, I talked about struggling to afford housing while apprenticing in the trades in Burlington. Tonight, I'm really angry. I think many of you might be thinking this is about a couple amendments to the code, maybe thinking about it a little more. What's the big deal? But the point is that until this city stops entertaining knee-jerk concerns about density, we're going to continue having this fight every time Burlington thinks about building new housing. And I'm not talking about a slippery slope in the future. We had this same fight over City Place and the South End, and that delayed new housing for years. And honestly, I'm sick of being told to pretend that everyone opposing the code is acting with the public good in mind. Organizers against the neighborhood code have continually misrepresented its effects on social media. I literally don't have time to list all of the misrepresentations, that it violates the Home Act, that it'll lead to building 8 units on any lot, or that it's going to lead to a giant increase in lot coverage. Clearly, that misinformation has worked. The opposition to the code, we can go into the details, but don't have time, is led by people who've opposed housing in their words and their actions, full stop. Any housing, any compromise. I think that part of a healthy democratic discourse is being able to call that what it is, which is NIMBYism. And I'm sorry to those of you that didn't hear about the code until now, but there have been months of outreach. That's not a reason not to take this tiny first step at reforming discriminatory neighborhood code. We're in a desperate place. Last week, the Scott administration evicted hundreds of people from motels. If we give in to NIMBYism now, we're just as responsible.
Thank you so much. We're going to try not to do that. We're going to try not to do what you just did. So please don't do that. Everyone deserves to be heard, and they deserve to be heard respectfully and not called out for anything. You can all speak to what you care about and the issue that you care about without doing it at the expense of others. The next speaker is Lisa Lax, to be followed by Matthew Premeister.
So,
Good evening.
hello, my name's Lisa Lex. I'm a 39-year resident of Ward 1. And first, let me say I do support increasing the density of housing here in Burlington, but I believe the proposed plan that the council is facing needs to be reconsidered and studied further. And the reason for this is according to my city councilor, there's been no study of how this plan would affect the infrastructure in Burlington, such as water, sewer, transportation, electricity, streets, et cetera, the impact on the lake, or how it would contribute to the much-needed housing, specifically for low-income and working young families. And I'll say in general, I think we have a problem in the city and in our country at large in how we develop policies and plans for development. Business and economic interests tend to dominate the decision-making process, and decisions are often made in a piecemeal rather than a holistic and systematic manner. So my hope for the future is that our council and our next mayor will lead a process in which we engage multiple groups and voices to develop a vision for what we want Burlington to look like in the next 10, 20, 30 years. And then when the city is faced with proposals for change in housing density and other issues, that we have established some principles and goals in a larger vision. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Matthew Premeister, to be followed by Sam Blackman, to be followed by Rye Sherman. Good evening.
Howdy, my name's Matthew Premisler. Thanks for the attempt. It's a very hard one, and I'm a Ward 8 resident. I'm just here to quickly say I support the neighborhood code. I understand there are a lot of concerns about it, but right now, the housing crisis comes first, and there are people who are sleeping on the streets tonight because they can't afford homes. And I understand all these concerns, and yes, it's imperfect, but right now, what we need to do is build housing so the people who don't have housing can live there. That's really all I have to say. Thank you so much. Have a good one. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Sam Blackman, to be followed by Rye Sherman, to be followed by Jason Van Drysch. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Starting?
You can go ahead. It'll catch up to you.
All right, I'd just like to say I'm here to support the neighborhood code tonight, passing it without amendments and without sending it back to committee. This is because, frankly, it needs to be done, and as a speaker earlier said, it needed to be done 10 years ago. That was the best time to do it. I think we all know that housing prices are extreme in Burlington. Just prices in general are extreme in Burlington. As a native Vermonter myself and a UVM student, I'm pretty used to extreme prices, let's say. And I understand that UVM isn't necessarily a good actor in negotiations on housing and development and zoning and all that. But frankly, I think that it doesn't really matter so much because we need housing really desperately. Like as my friend here said, there are people sleeping on the street every day in Burlington, Vermont. There are people who want to move to Burlington, Vermont, but can't. There are students here who want to stay and can't because the housing prices are so high. It's unlivable. It's an untenable situation, and I think this passing the neighborhood code tonight without amendments is the best way to remedy this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rye Sherman, to be followed by Jason Van Drysh. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rye Sherman, and I am a resident of Ward 8. I'm here today to ask you to please pass the neighborhood code tonight. I'm currently in my first year at UVM, and I'm already feeling anxiety for when I have to navigate finding housing in Burlington amidst our current housing crisis. Burlington desperately needs new zoning policies to replace our outdated policies that caused and perpetuate this current housing crisis. We need to enact policy that allows us to build more residential units. This is crucial to providing housing for Burlington's rapidly growing population and reduce reliance on dangerous and environmentally unfriendly transportation. This code will also increase energy efficiency in our buildings by decreasing the heat loss and number of systems per unit. The neighborhood code is a small yet critical step towards better zoning policy in Burlington. This code can act as a launching point for more meaningful policy and work on the housing crisis. Please pass this code tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jason Van Drysh, to be followed by Martin Gillies, to be followed by Kathy Alwell. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jason Van Drysh. I live in Ward 5. My family moved to Burlington 16 years ago. We bought a sweet little house that was a stretch for us financially. We paid $305,000 for it, which would be a steal these days. And I love our neighborhood. I love where we live. I love everything about it. It's a great place to live. I love Burlington's historic character. And I want other people who arrived after me to get to enjoy that too. That's fundamentally what the neighborhood code is about. It's about not keeping the drawbridge up. And when you hear, let's go slower, that's fundamentally what is being said. Let's keep the drawbridge up longer. I want the drawbridge down. I want more people to be able to enjoy Burlington, the city that I've come to love so much. And if I were to move here, I wouldn't be able to afford a house. And I'm not willing to take for myself something that I'm not willing to offer to others. Please pass the code tonight as is, without amendments. The city needs this. So many people need this. The people who need it are probably the people who are least likely to be able to turn out tonight and say that. So I, as a comfortable person who owns a house and have paid off my mortgage, am asking you to make this change so other people have the opportunity to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Martin Gillies, to be followed by Kathy Alwell and Karen Long. Good evening.
Hi, Council. I guess I would start by echoing Romeo's comments. There will be a page in history for all of you. We'll get working on the Wikipedia right after this meeting, updating it. I live right around the corner from Jason. I'm in support of the neighborhood code as written. I think it's important that as a city we have multiple tools to deal with the housing crisis. new development being one of them. That's what we're seeing at Cambrian Rise, City Place. There's also redevelopment. I think the South End upzone has been a great tool to unlock sort of land that's underused right now. And then infill would be the third tool. And it's not that one of these solutions will be the silver bullet, but all of them need to be in our arsenal. All of them need to be in our toolbox. I do think it's unfortunate that people would limit us as a city to only having two of the tools. I also would agree with Jason's comments that calls for a delay or sending it back to council it's a little bit of the mark of privilege. Someone who owns a home and has stable housing can afford to, delay talks on increasing housing. And so I just would ask that you do what I think is the correct move in this situation and approve the neighborhood code tonight without amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So our next speaker is Kathy Alwell, to be followed by Karen Long and Michael Long, and then Jim. Yes, thank you. Kathy, go ahead. Welcome.
I totally agree that we need housing. And I would have no problem still passing neighborhood code. But we haven't put anything about affordability into this thing. And having worked as a social worker in this city for 30 years, I can't sit here and say, yes, go ahead with it, just because we need housing for housing's sake. We need it, yes. But I do think that we need to look at the affordability. There has to be something in there that makes these dwellings that they're going to start building affordable. And I guess that is, for me, the biggest thing. You've heard me many times talk about infrastructure and all those other things, but if you pass this thing tonight, please do not do it without putting something in there for affordability. And I would rather see, I want to say Congressman, Councilor Doherty and Councilor Hightower's amendments passed before we put this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Karen Long, to be followed by Michael Long. And Jim, you're going to tell me your name one more time. Podrosky. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I've been here before, also like Kathy. I guess my biggest problem has been the process, as you know, finding out in October, and I do go to meetings, like a lot of meetings, and then finding out in January how radically different it was. That I found really troubling, and I did help notify neighbors. I stopped people walking their dogs on my street and said, hey, have you heard of neighborhood code? And nobody had, nobody. We do have a petition. There are 313 residents who have signed it, and we are for increasing density. We are for housing. We want to protect the lake. We want some protection for affordability, and we want some protection for a variety of housing. Right now, I really see, especially in Ward 1, if somebody buys a lot next door to me and we're allowed to put 8 or 10 units, I think it will be student housing. UVM should provide their own housing. I think students do need housing, but I would like to protect some of this housing for our residents. And there's nothing in there for that at all. I guess, and I get this. I have 3 adult children. Actually, one is in Oregon, and she does own a home. Housing is not inexpensive in Oregon. My son is in Florida, and he would die if he could buy a house here for the prices of our houses. Florida is super expensive, so I get that. But it doesn't mean I'm a bad person because I own my house. And there has been a lot of disparaging remarks about people who don't want 8 or 10 units in their backyard. I do want to have a backyard. I have grandkids that will play, but I have a tiny little postage stamp. So that's a big problem here. One size fits all is not, to me, good zoning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Michael Long, to be followed by Jim Podrosky, to be followed by Jack Tiano. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Plan BTV declares that Burlington will sustain neighborhoods with small, incremental, and subtle change. 24 VSA Section 4441 requires that every zoning ordinance conforms with or furthers the goals and policies contained in Plan BTV. Neighborhood code increases density 8 or 10-fold and lot coverage by as much as 71%. This is not small or subtle, and a one-size-fits-all citywide mega upzoning is hardly incremental. In a court of law, I would rest my case, open and shut. Neighborhood code is illegal under Vermont law. Here tonight, I will add that there is no downside for the community in returning neighborhood code to committee to be improved, made legal, and passed by the incoming council. The community is unified in its commitment to increasing the affordability, the diversity, and the supply of housing opportunities. But the community is deeply divided over this ordinance, and if neighborhood code is passed tonight, division will grow and intensify as more and more people discover and witness its actual provisions. We will never get it perfect, but we can get it right and respect one another doing so. The incivility that has come to light among some of the avid supporters of this measure, imputing motives, wishing death on those who disagree, discredits the process, the product, and the sorry state of Burlington politics. We have a chance to begin a new chapter together and embrace genuine public engagement, but are at grave risk of doubling down on division. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jim Podrosky, to be followed by Jack Tiano and William Morris. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Jim Podrosky. I'm a cab driver out at the airport. This last week, this memo, Gene Bergeron has a copy of it, about us getting a new meter increase. But the way they say it here, you guys can also get it from City Hall here. How is about the meter increase? We're going to be getting $1, which hasn't been increased in 10 years, which we all thank you. But how they're going to set the meter up, that's the question. But like my fellow drivers, most of those guys are immigrants. They don't understand it. We'd like some clarification on how the meter is going to be set up in the next couple weeks. That's all I have to say. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Our next speaker is Jack Tiano, to be followed by William Morris and Amy Mentes.
I had like a quick unrelated comment, but there's a lot of people here tonight, so I'll skip this and just speak at the public hearing later.
Okay, all right. I'll just put you in the queue for the public hearing. Oh, you did? Okay. So we'll go to William Morris, to be followed by Amy Mentes, to be followed by Ron Wanamaker.
Good evening, folks. I think I am fortunate enough to know many of you. I've been a homeowner in Burlington for 20 years, owing to happy accidents and no small amount of privilege. In that time, I have noticed it somehow become miraculously even more difficult to become a citizen of Burlington. I am here tonight to encourage you to pass the neighborhood code without amendments. I think that just to echo some of the things that Jason said earlier, this is a city. A city evolves, a city changes, and a city grows. And I think that, selfishly speaking, the time to pass this was in fact 20 years ago. It would have made things easier for folks in my cohort. But at this point, waiting an additional 20 years means that my children, who are Burlingtonians as well, will have an even poorer chance of being able to continue to live in the city that they love. I think that's about it. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So our next speaker is Amy Mentes, to be followed by Ron Wanamaker and Janet McDougall. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? All right. Thanks for all you do. I don't have much to say because it seems like everybody said, everybody already said thoughts that I had already. And I also tried to post on the Front Porch Forum, but I think I've been banned, and I don't know why, because I sent it on Friday and it never came out. Anyway, so I'm a little nervous right now. I'm feeling a little paranoid. No, I didn't eat or smoke anything before I came down here. It's not that. Anyway, I know I'm taking up my time talking about this, but I really want you to revisit this code. I do agree that we need more housing, obviously. I was going to say obs. And affordability, that's a huge question, like everybody said. Is it going to be affordable? Probably not. The whole green sustainability thing is new buildings are not, even if you build them to be green when they're already there, the whole process of building new buildings, the carbon footprint, everything that's involved, the materials, they're chintzier, the materials now. The best compliment on a new building, I could say, it could have been worse. So I think we need to look at, well, we can't anymore, the memorial, because we were really horrible stewards there. And that went on for a long time. That's a whole other issue, however. That is a building that's embodied energy that's sitting there. And I can go on about that, but there's a lot of, I think we need to start small with infill. There's plenty of spaces I've seen driving around, walking around at that, for example, above Old Doughboys. You could easily pop something up there. You could still get a lot of housing that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll go to Ron Wanamaker to be followed by Janet McDougall and Susan Montres. And we will wrap up with Doug Weeman. Good evening.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for everything you're doing. I appreciate all the efforts all the way across the board. I'm a NIMBY. I don't want something big and giant in my backyard or next door to me in my backyard, so I'll just say that. I think that, as previously mentioned, we all acknowledge the need for housing. I think, as a carpenter, the solution to every problem isn't a hammer. And I think that the solution to every problem we have been facing in Burlington isn't development and isn't just blanket development. I'm also a preservationist, and I care about, everybody wants to live here. It's a beautiful city, and I'm sympathetic. I bought a house in 2004. I almost lost it in foreclosure twice, didn't. And I understand the struggles. It was a big single-family home that I turned into 4 units. So again, I live to increase density in housing and do it in a way that doesn't impact the character of the neighborhoods and the character of the city we love. And I'm completely sympathetic to the students here, and I noticed a big age gap, the pros and the cons, right? So there's a lot of people here my age or older who've been here for a really long time are struggling to keep what they worked so hard for and keep the character and the beauty of our city that we've come to love. And then there's a whole generation of people want to be here and want any kind of opportunity to stay here. I think sending this back to committee for revisions and further work is a necessary part of the process. I know that these things take forever, and everybody, hi Megan, everybody's really tried to reach out and stretch out and get the word out across the board, and it just is never as effective as we'd like it to be. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement, and I think if we're looking at projects and we're saying that we have to consider a historic building but not the site, that's a step in the wrong direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to Janet McDougall to be followed by Susan Montres, to be followed by Doug Weeman, and we will end with Mark Stevenson. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Great.
Well, there's 2 things on the agenda. The Cherry Street sidewalk right next to the courthouse is not totally done. It needs to be replaced. The other thing is that SD Ireland is the one that's building these houses. And there's a house up Cherry Street that is being redone, apartment complex. They're going to be building houses as well as hotels and motels, as well as housing. Then Boston is going to come and help them. That's what I heard on the news. That's all the things that I have to say.
Great. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Susan Montrose, to be followed by Doug Weeman, to be followed by Mark Stevenson. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Susan Monkress. No worries on the pronunciation. It's a tricky one. And I'm here to speak in favor of the neighborhood code and urge you to pass it tonight with no amendments. As another resident of Ward 5 and long-term homeowner, I've lived through so many processes, plannings, invitations, outreaches, and you know, when we tried to put in a community garden, the neighborhood on the other side of the park said we didn't know about it and was in wild opposition. And I've seen bike lanes delayed and walk-bike infrastructure delayed for more study and more process and more planning and more input from people who are not skilled or understand infrastructure and its development. So I just want to thank you for all the work you're doing and say that I trust that you've done the research, and I encourage you to have confidence in what you've learned and figured out and proceed apace. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Doug Veman, to be followed by Mark Stevenson. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Doug Veman. I'm an architect in town. I work with developers. I have made myself familiar with the neighborhood code and wrote you a 3-page document about how it does not make affordable housing. It only makes expensive housing. And there are half a dozen suggestions I made on how to make code changes that would make affordable housing, and I'm sure there's many other people that could come up with other good ideas on how to make affordable housing. Erhard Monkey cannot be here tonight, and I am going to... Oh,
he's right behind you.
I won't read it. Erhard just walked in the door. So I will... the cost to build in Burlington right now is... there's just no way you can make affordable housing without some sort of subsidies. One of the suggestions I had was to come up with a way to allow people to build modular housing somewhere within the city limits and charge a no-profit rent to use that space, to find a way to reduce the cost of building housing. Right now, if you wanted to rent a 2-bedroom apartment or buy a 2-bedroom unit in Burlington, you need to make over $100,000. And it's that kind of information that you need to do your homework on to understand why neighborhood code, as written, does not make anything affordable. Just adding units, it's just over time doesn't bring the cost of the housing down because other costs go up. The cost of the infrastructure goes up. The cost of labor has been going up. You need to come up with other ways to make this affordable, whether it's amendments back to committee or more work on your part over the next year to get this affordable before it actually starts construction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker that's joining us in Conchoice, who's a Burlington resident, is Mark Stevenson. Good evening, Mark.
Mr. Mayor, Chairwoman Paul, City Council. I've jotted a few notes on the neighborhood code, tonight's topic du jour. The heart and the soul of New England, Vermont, and Burlington is its history, its lake, its mountains, and the steeple at the end of Church Street. It's defined in large part by its architecture and its space. The town square, the town meeting. We live in a community where I can go to the Y and see my senator. I can go to the tennis courts at the park and see my governor. and I can walk down the street and I can say hi to the mayor. If you think of Vermont, you don't think of Wilson Road. You don't think of anywhere architecture. You certainly don't think of the newly developed canyon corridor into Winooski coming in from St. Mike's that's recently been done. And you don't think about the mall. Protect the integrity of the city as all of Vermont has done to protect the beauty and spaces of its towns. 40 years ago, we were dealing with the same exact issues, the exact same vacancy rates, and taxes and affordability were big issues. Regardless of how you vote on the neighborhood code to thoughtfully revise to a more Vermont scale or to pass it as is, the vacancy rates, affordability, and tax issues will remain. We will then again try to grow our way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So those are the speakers that are joining us in Contois. We do have 8 people that are joining us online who wish to speak during public forum. And the first is Julia Randall, to be followed by Paul Bierman. And Julia, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now if you just unmute on your side. Just make sure
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
great. I'm Julia Randall. I'm a renter in Ward 6. I also work as a community planner for a local firm, and I serve planning commissioner in Burlington and have since 2022. Tonight, I won't focus my comments on dimensional standards or specific changes. Instead, I want to speak on something more fundamental, which is the fabric of Burlington's neighborhoods. In the process of creating this amendment, we've heard from some community members who claim that the neighborhood code will destroy the fabric of our neighborhoods. This begs the question, what makes the fabric of our neighborhoods strong? Is it the specific design and shape of buildings or a certain number of homes on the street? Or is it the sheer area devoted to private lawns? I'd argue that these things guarantee a strong neighborhood fabric. What does guarantee a strong neighborhood fabric is people, and we're losing people in Burlington. I'm 26, and I'm rapidly losing my community of friends in their 20s and 30s to the housing crisis. I've had friends tell me that they no longer feel like Burlington has a place for them. When they face astronomical home prices and they can no longer justify giving half their income to a slumlord, they figure it's time to move on, even if they love Burlington and want to stay here. When my friends move away, they take their energy, their talents, their creativity, and their potential contributions to Burlington with them. This is just my circle of friends. There are many other stories like the one I'm describing. Burlington's intergenerational community fabric is at risk of unraveling because there are simply not enough places for people to live. The neighborhood code, which I estimate would add about 100 at most, is a very, very small step towards changing that trend. Please think of the people, the would-be homeowners, who make up the fabric of Burlington neighborhoods today, but are being actively pushed out and will continue to do so if this is pushed back to committee and further delayed in this process. To maintain, we need people and we need more homes. Thank you.
Can you hear me? So I want to thank you all for increasing housing in Burlington, as the council has done dramatically in the last year with the South End and other developments. It's something we need to do, and it's something I'm a strong advocate for. I'm also a strong advocate for the environment, and I believe that we can and should protect both housing and the environment. I forwarded to you all a petition that has names of over 310 Burlington citizens, and they include constituents in every city ward who oppose passing neighborhood code as is and support sending it back to committee where, with more public input, the ordinance can be improved. I want to make sure that you know this is not about delay. This is about doing it right. There's widespread opposition to the current proposal among people who elected you to represent them, and I think you've heard a lot about that tonight. But I want to focus on the things that we can do to make neighborhood code better. We can assure that much of the new housing is affordable. We can remove inequality between neighborhoods. We can ensure diverse housing options at a variety of price levels for single people, couples, and families. We can protect green space. We can minimize runoff that results in sewage overflows into the lake that impacts water quality and closes Burlington beaches. And we can preserve trees that ameliorate the urban heat island effect as our climate warms. I want to say there's an elephant in the room that we're really not talking about, and that's the University of Vermont. And I ask you to put pressure on the University of Vermont, which the state auditor says has caused much of the current housing crisis, to build housing for its students now. They could build thousands of beds, and it could happen a whole lot faster and with a whole lot less environmental impact than infilling that's proposed in neighborhood code. So lastly, I urge you not to pass the code now and then try to fix it in the future, as some has suggested. There's just too much at stake to pass inadequate legislation and hope it'll get fixed later. I urge you to take the time to get this right, build consensus in the community, follow Plan BTV, and pass updated zoning with broad public support to increase housing.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sharon Busher, and Sharon, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
President Paul, I wanted to speak during the public hearing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Drummond. And Jim, I have found you and enabled your microphone.
So this is Anna Drummond, and I'm with Jim Drummond, and the two of us have been looking at this issue as well. We would encourage you to delay passing neighborhood code and send it back to committee. We've lived here for 30 years. We love the variety of people who live here. We love the vibrancy of the community. We would love to see more young families, working people, seniors and students, all living, working, and studying here together, enjoying all that we have. But our problem is that we believe that there will be unintended consequences of this code revision, such that the people who will benefit most are those investors and developers who create housing to increase their profit by renting to students at ridiculously high prices and then not providing decent upkeep, adequate garbage removal, etc. And that's not what we need more of. So we need to make sure that this is really targeted to have more housing for people who will live here and increase vibrancy of our cities, populate our schools, enjoy our lakefront. And I have to echo what Professor Bierman has just said about eroding our green space and looking at the ramifications to the lake and our infrastructure.
That's pretty much said it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Richard Single. And Rich, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Okay. I first want to thank you, Councilor Paul, for your years of service to the city. I've written to many of you asking that you wait to finalize the neighborhood code until after a strong MOU is negotiated with UVM. I support the underlying ideas of the neighborhood code, but the idea of trying to address the lack of housing in Burlington without the city first negotiating a strong MOU does not make any sense. As you know, the state auditor's report on the UVM MOU states that UVM student growth accounts for more than 2/3 of all Burlington population growth since 1990. My main concern is the potential for adding more housing that has a minimal impact on the availability for non-students. That would make the neighborhood code a self-defeating proposal in the area around UVM. This is similar to the concern of only addressing undergraduates at UVM in the MOU. It only sounds good if you really don't think about it all that long. That is why I think that phasing in modifications for the area around UVM after a strong MOU makes the most sense. Please consider amending the neighborhood code with some type of financial disincentive in the neighborhoods surrounding UVM for adding housing that is primarily student housing. Another option is to limit the addition of infill for the first couple of years to owner-occupied houses. It's pretty clear what will happen if these issues are not addressed proactively. Passing a flawed code with the intention of fixing it later is not a good plan. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, it appears as though, Nancy Kirby, you have a letter that you had, and I perhaps might be on our consent agenda, and it didn't appear as though you wanted to speak, although you did fill out the form, and I don't see you online. If you are online, and you can just use the raise hand function, I'm happy to recognize you. With that, our last speaker who's joining us online is Karen Dawson. And Karen, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. I just wanted to register my hope that you do delay the vote and then it goes back to committee for a little further discussion and fine tuning and maybe not such a blanket zoning, one size fits all really isn't good zoning. I don't think, it seems like we've got a pretty good object lesson right in this neighborhood. I've been a resident of Lakeside for 40 years and there's a project that's been proposed that will pop right up in front of me. I'm going to be a NIMBY here and say I hate to lose the view that I've had for 40 years, but I myself and quite a few others will be losing a wonderful view of the lake, and it's probably the only view corridor for the entire street that runs parallel from the St. John's Club down to the end of Central Ave. I didn't know anything about this until about 3 weeks ago. I think many of us just found out 3 weeks ago. So it just feels like for such a major change that it's been kind of ramrodded through. And I don't want to point fingers or accuse anyone. I'm at fault for not catching everything that goes into my spam box. I just can't get that front porch form to come into my inbox, so it's my fault, but I also know a lot of other people that didn't know about it either. And I'm kind of wondering why this kind of major change couldn't be agreed upon by the council and then put on the ballot for the city to vote on, or at least a referendum item that would get citywide approval, which implies kind of citywide awareness, so that we'd all have been aware and not be feeling so distressed. It's been a tough last 3 weeks, kind of trying to make my peace with everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the people that are joining us on Zoom. We do have 2 non-Burlington residents that are joining us in Contois, and we will wrap up with them. The first is Michael Arnold, to be followed by Karen Sita. My apologies. I'm sorry. Oh, you wanted to be in the public hearing? Okay. And then, so that would mean our last speaker is Karen Sita. Good evening.
Good evening. Beyonce's album comes out this Friday, so I came to slay. Okay. I do want to say congratulations to the new council. I hope that, especially Joan, all for bold women. I always represent bold women. I always represent women that are speaking the truth, honestly and authentically, no matter what opposition that's against them. But I'm here to talk about the solar eclipse. I really hope that when people look at the solar eclipse, that they realize that there is a God, and he is real, and he is alive, and he really doesn't play. I mean, I'm one of God's favorites, so I can speak this with authority. So I do want to say that with the solar eclipse, when we look at it, when we see the creativeness of God, when we realize that he very much is real, and that's why we should really learn that our actions are important. What we do is important, and karma is real, like my girl Taylor Swift loves to say. And we need to honestly remember that when we're treating others and how we're treating others, and think about our citizens and how we're harming others when we don't let people speak the truth, when we don't let other people get housing when we know that they can and deserve housing and things like that. So we need to remember that God watches everything. Everything that's done in the dark always comes to light. And to my righteous people who suffer, to all my pretty girls who suffer for speaking the truth, I'm here for you. I represent you. And you know, the righteous, our afflictions are many, but the Lord delivers us from everything. So I'm here to remind us that He is real, He is alive. Shout out to all my pretty girls, my honest girls, my real girls, my college-educated girls. Shout out to women who are out here fighting continuously and loving each other, loving our enemies, all the girls that are in their era of loving their enemies, loving their haters. Shout out to girls like us. Shout out to all the girls who come from nothing and still fight for a better future for your city and continue to come here. So I represent those girls. I see you, my queens, and I know that we're going to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, we are going to close the public forum at 7:59. And before we return to our consent agenda, as a number of people have alluded to during public forum, this is a special meeting for a number of us at this table. Along with our mayor, we have 5 city councilors for whom this is our last meeting. The mayor, on behalf of the city, has a gift to give each of our departing members to honor their service to our city. And then it has been our long-standing tradition that we will go to the council, either departing councilors or others, for comments and reflections. Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul, and thank you for prioritizing a few minutes for this before we have important work to do that is going to consume a lot of the evening, but I think it's important this is happening now instead of at 1 in the morning. First, I want to start by thanking you, President Paul, not only for leading this council and the public through a very important and productive 2 years, but also for your long and enduring service to Burlington that goes back far beyond that. As a lifelong resident of Burlington, President Paul served on the Electric Commission, Police Commission, Pension Task Force, and joined this council in 2008. We've worked together as council and mayor for all of my 12-year tenure, and I've always appreciated your meticulous preparation, your guidance and counsel and partnership on so many efforts over these many years. I want to extend my deep appreciation to the whole council. Together, we have managed an incredible body of work over the last year and an important time in the city's pandemic recovery. Our last budget deployed vital recovery dollars, and we've secured progress on generational infrastructure projects. We've accelerated the city's work in combating the drug crisis with a focus on both harm reduction and enforcement. We've strengthened the airport through several major projects and new partnerships, and we've continued to make great progress towards delivering on the promise of housing as a human right, and I hope, of course, that we take another major step forward tonight. I'm proud of the work we've done together, and I'm grateful for the time, energy, and focus you've each brought to the big challenges and great opportunities before Burlington. I want to say thanks especially to those councilors who are concluding their service tonight. So Councilor Joe McGee, Ali Jang, Zariah Hightower, and Hannah King. I have enjoyed and valued our time serving alongside each other, and I know that Burlington is better for your service. To the councilors who are remaining to start a New Year's business in a few days' time, I hope you're able to get even bigger things done. And I want to say to you specifically, Councilor Shannon, who I've also served with for 12 years, that I've always benefited from your expertise, your experience, and support. And I'm confident the new council will benefit from your wisdom and long experience and leadership on the new council. You will all have my support and encouragement from afar. If there's anything I can do to help in a new role, I'd be happy to do that. And with that, I do have some plaques to hand out.
So for those counselors that are either departing or for anyone else who wishes to offer, this is your moment. Counselor Hightower.
I'll make quick comments just because I do, especially as we're having this discussion, I think about inclusivity and diversity all of the time. And I do think I am really glad that I was somehow the first woman of color in the council, but I wasn't the first woman of council to leave the council. So I'm mad that I didn't get both of those titles. Maya beat me to one of them. But I think especially when I look at the folks that I think we're all wonderfully professional, great people. I'm glad we're all in the council. And there's 2 renters on the council out of 12 people. And I think that, especially as we have housing debates, it's very true also of the Planning Commission. It's true of a lot of our, bodies as the folks who, somebody in public forum said it, the folks who most need to see change in the city in order to be able to live here aren't at this table or can't. Joe and Hannah, sorry, I know you're both renters. So I just want to continue to encourage folks to get people who aren't us to this table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor Hightower. Counselor King.
Thank you. I will also keep my comments brief, as I know we have a long night ahead of us. First and foremost, I want to thank my Ward 8 neighbors. When I moved to Burlington in 2018, I had no idea that I'd eventually have the opportunity to represent them on the council. Hasn't been the easiest road to get here, but it really was an honor to spend my last year serving on the council. I would be remiss to not take this opportunity to, I'm only going to thank 3 people. There's a lot more that deserve to be thanked, but I'm going to keep it at 3. First and foremost, thank you, Mayor Weinberger. You have been such an incredible ally to me in some of the toughest moments I faced while serving. You've given me valuable advice and often just let me rant. I'm grateful to have served with you. Counselor Shannon, you have been the greatest mentor I could have asked for on the council. You are the epitome of what it means to be a strong and intentional leader. Thank you for always answering my silly questions, often with no judgment. And I'm very grateful to consider you a friend. And finally, Counselor Doherty, I know you're embarrassed that I'm doing this. I think my favorite part of serving on the council has been the opportunity to serve with you. I'm so lucky to have you in my life, and I can't wait to continue watching what you do.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Counselor King. Are there any other counselors that wish to offer any comments? Counselor McGee.
Thank you, President Paul. I didn't prepare any remarks this evening, but I just wanted to say a quick thank you to my constituents who, while we haven't always agreed over the last 2.5 years, I appreciate folks showing up for public forum, for public engagement opportunities, and I'm grateful to have had the support of many folks to get me here and to have the honor and privilege of representing Ward 3 in the City Council for the last 2.5 years. It has felt like 10 years at some points, and I certainly am grateful to be getting Monday evenings back, at least for the time being, and look forward to playing a role in supporting new councilors and just joining you all in making sure that we have a bright and optimistic future ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor McGee. Are there any other, Counselor Jang?
Yes, I also want to say thank you to everyone in the city of Burlington, and especially for the people who live in Ward 7. I also want to do a particular appreciation to all the city staff, especially the department head that I worked with over the past 6-7 years. You all care deeply about the city, and I know with the change of administration, I hope that most of you will keep on staying to keep on building and keep on making Burlington the best small city in North America. Who would think one day that this new American from Africa with no English or broken English would run for city council and win? Who would have thought of that? Nobody. And I think while doing it, I have learned so much. This has been an opportunity of a lifetime. If I have misjudged you or misinterpreted you, I really want to apologize to every single person, because right now it's Ramadan. It is required for us to apologize to every single one of us. If I hurt your feelings or have done something knowingly or unknowingly, I am apologizing. You all have made me a better leader right now, a better person. Who would think also that this new American will win in the New North End, Ward 7? If you don't trust me, go to our New North End Facebook group, the most controversial part of the city, and I was able to keep on leading and winning as an independent. I am not a Democrat, I am not a progressive, I was just Ali Jeng, and you gave me the opportunity to serve. To my fellow city councilors, those that are new, those that are old, Councillor Shannon, you always come in my dreams. I don't know, for some reason. Especially when we have a controversial issue, she will show in my dreams and advocating for what she believes in. Councillor Paul, really, you have shown deep friendship, about this, because sometimes, we don't agree, but we became friends along the way. And I think you have done a lot for me and also for the people who are suffering back in home in Africa. I want to say thank you. To my progressive city councilors, I really tried to be like you, but I could not. I definitely could not. I could not. Yes.
We still love you, babe.
Yes, but you all contributed to my leadership style and to the love of this city. And let's keep making Burlington the best city it can be. Thank you all. Mr. Mayor, for governor, maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Seeing no others, I guess I can multiply double, however long you spoke, because I've served a little bit longer than you have, so you'll forgive me. I do want to express my thanks and appreciation to the mayor, Councilors Jang, McGee, Hightower, and King for their commitment and service to the city. It's been a pleasure working with all of you, and I'm honored to have served with you. I've thought about this day for a pretty long time. I've been here for 16 years, and I've wondered how I would feel when this evening finally came upon me. Tonight marks the end of an immensely rewarding and an honored journey, and it is also the beginning of a new one, because when a door closes, another one opens. Over my years on the council, I've served with 2 mayors, 5 council presidents, alongside 42 councilors, and I've worked with 46 department heads, and many, many city employees who come to work every day working to improve the lives of the community that we all serve. I do want to express my sincere thanks to the department heads and many city employees that I've worked with. When you're a city councilor, you're incredibly dependent on the people that work in these buildings every day, because to be honest with you, they make you look good. We can't do our work without their help. And so I am deeply appreciative of the efforts that so many have given to me so that I can do the job that I do. I can't thank them all personally tonight, but please know that I know who you are, and I appreciate your work and your dedication. I do also want to highlight the work of one employee, one of the unsung heroes in City Hall. Lori, thank you so much. She's crying, so it's going to be hard for me not to cry. For those who don't know, Lori she has a long title, but basically it should be the glue that keeps the city council together. There is no way that you can be a council president, and certainly Councilor Shannon can attest to this, without the help of Lori Olberg. I also did actually count up, I know this is a little bit crazy, but it's the CPA in me. I have sat at this table through 420 meetings. Thousands of hours, not only at this table, but in committee meetings, neighborhood events, other gatherings, and with few exceptions, it's amazing how with the passage of time, you forget the ones that you maybe didn't enjoy the most. With few exceptions, I've enjoyed all of it. I do want to thank the voters of Ward 6 for their support, their encouragement, their wisdom, their guidance over, gosh, can it be 16 years? My neighbors in Ward 6, which is a ward that I grew up in, have given me an enormous opportunity. They've given me the honor of being able to do this work, and in return, I have tried to honor their vote of confidence in me. I am deeply grateful. Representing the many counselors, there were 42 of them that I've served with, are the 11 of you that are here. And on their behalf, just want to thank the 11 colleagues that sit with me and the mayor, as I'm heartened by the work that we've done together. I'm most proud of how much we have all tried, and you all know this about me, have all tried to set high standards for working collaboratively, for bringing out the best in one another, for our community, for supporting our city's present, and the amazing future that we all know that we have in front of us, while at the same time honoring our treasured past, which is a tradition that I know those who I leave behind will continue. I do want to also mention that as those of us who sit here every other Monday night, and then some, know that no one sits at this table alone. For me, as for many of us, serving on the city council is a family commitment. And it was 16 years ago, together with my parents, my husband Mark, Andrew, Adam, and Caroline, our children, sat in Contois Auditorium when I was sworn in on April 7th, 2008. We were together when the journey began, and we are here together tonight as the journey ends and a new chapter begins. I'll just close by saying that beyond what words can fully express, that I have been so lucky to have had my family alongside with me in this journey. They know how I feel. Now all of you know how I feel. I am blessed every day. I'm just truly blessed in so many ways.
I'm blessed to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And on that note, if there aren't any other counselors who have anything left to say at this moment, we will continue with our agenda. The next item on our agenda is item number 6, which is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to move our consent agenda and take the actions indicated? Thank you so much. I can always count on you, Councilor McGee.
Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion? I'm sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to make the motion, but I would move that we adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Councilor Jang. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 And any opposed, please say no. We've improved our consent agenda, and keep in mind that our consent agenda did have the 2 resolutions on the sister city relationships. Before we get to the deliberative agenda, we do have one item on an agenda for the city council with mayor presiding. So we'll recess the council meeting at 8:18. I'll turn the gavel one last time to Mayor Weinberger for the city council with mayor presiding.
Thank you, President Paul. And one last time, I will be a little slow in my preparation for it, but now I've got it. So let me call to order the city council with mayor presiding at 8:18. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. I would welcome motion to accept it.
So moved.
Thank you, President Paul. Do we have a second? Second by Councilor McGee. Any discussion of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. It brings us to the consent agenda, which also needs a motion.
So moved. Take the action. Taking the actions indicated.
Thank you, President Paul. Seconded by Councilor McGee. And any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will have a vote on that. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously, and it brings us to our one deliberative item, which is the appointment to the Burlington Electric Light Commission for a term expiring on June 30th, 2025. And the floor is open for nominations. Councilor Shannon.
I nominate Andrew Voda.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Councilor McGee.
I nominate Rob Conboy.
And are there any additional nominations? Any additional nominations the councilors would like to make? Okay, seeing none, I will close the floor. I know now we typically give nominees an opportunity to address the body briefly, and I saw at least one of the applicants was here, or nominees was here. Is Andrew Voda either here or online? I do not see him. I believe I saw Rob Comboy. Is he still with us, or did he have to go?
Yeah, I don't
He is
see.
Someone just said he's online. Is that?
Rob? I don't see him. I don't see him.
Okay.
Nor do I see
And Catherine
Andrew
is checking
Voda.
too, and she does not see him either. So we'll open the floor to discussion. Would the nominators like to say anything further, or would any councilors like to speak before we go to a vote? All right, seeing no one. Oh, Councilor Bergman.
I just want to say that Rob reached out to me, and I was just really impressed at the work that they're doing at Glavel. And for those of us who happen to have gone to City Place and seen the work that was done on the foundations there, they are doing a lot of climate resilience and a lot of climate work through their building materials. And as his application indicates, they're doing a lot of work at their own business. I think we would be very well benefited by having Rob on the Electric Commission, particularly with issues related to McNeil. So I hope we can support him.
Great, thank you, Councilor Bergman. Any further discussion? Councilor Jang.
Yep, and in addition to what you just said, I also invite maybe the city councils to go to this electric website and listen to the podcast that Rob Convoy have done in terms of climate change. I think it's a powerful 3-minute podcast that I suggest that people to understand. And I'm happy to support him tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. I've got Councilor Traverse and then Councilor King.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that we have two highly qualified applicants, and agree with Councilor Bergman that the work being done by Glavel is very cool, that we got to see firsthand in our tour of City Place. I will be supporting the nomination of Andy Voda to the Electric Commission. Just to notify folks, Andy had reached out to me prior to the meeting to say that due to a family commitment, he unfortunately was unable to make it tonight. But pretty much any other community meeting in Ward 5 over the last many, many years is a meeting that you would see Andy at. He's a Ward 5 resident, has been very dedicated to our community and to the South End and Burlington at large. He also has a very relevant professional background working for multiple years with VEIC, supporting different energy efficiency programs, and I'm strongly supporting his application this evening. Thank you.
I also will be supporting Andy tonight. I've always known Andy to be an incredibly thoughtful, dedicated community member. I also want to highlight his background working with VEIC. I think it's very relevant, and I'm very excited to see him serve on this commission.
Okay, seeing no further counselors in the queue, we will vote on the nominees in the order they were nominated and stop when one of them reaches a majority of this body. So we'll vote on Andrew Voda first. All those in favor of appointing Andrew Voda, please raise your hand. I see 8 votes, and that is a majority of this 13-person body. And so congratulations. Andrew, thank you for your interest, and good luck with your service. And
Point of information, was it not 7? Ali, did you vote for? Oh, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I apologize.
No worries. I did just want to say thank you to Rob Convoy for his interest as well, and encourage Rob to consider applying again. Many of our long-serving commissioners, board members have not been successful on their first attempt, and we appreciate the interest. So with that, we have completed the warrant agenda for the City Council with Mayor presiding, and I will adjourn, if there's no objection, this body at 8:25 p.m. and return the microphone to you, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. So we'll reconvene the council meeting at 8:25. Every year at the end of a council year, we wish well to all of those councilors that are departing. It doesn't happen very often that we wish well to a departing mayor. And so not to be forgotten, I have the rare honor of presenting our mayor with a gift, a plaque in honor of your service to Burlington. From your beginnings as an airport commissioner, and I remember you on the airport commissioner. I used to go to airport meetings, to your election as our mayor. I know that your work, your tremendous work for our community will long be remembered and long be appreciated, and that this council and the councils to come will always continue to honor your commitment to our amazing city. So I have a plaque for you. So we have a deliberative agenda, and there are 7 items this evening, and we're going to try something new. Last council meeting for me, and we're going to try something new. Before we get to that, please note that because we do have a lengthy meeting, we will be adhering to the 5-minute rule as per our council rules. Please try to self-monitor and be mindful of your time. I will kindly interrupt you when your time is drawing near, and I will be timing so that you can wrap up. That way we can be fair and respectful to all counselors. We do, as I said, have a lengthy agenda, and we want to get to our final item on the neighborhood code at a reasonable hour. So we will be mindful of the times that have been set on our agenda, which we have agreed to by approving that agenda. We have a timer that will be set up for each of the deliberative items. So when we get to some of these items, if there's 10 minutes, then we will have 10 minutes on the timer. And we will try our best to adhere to the times on our agenda. The first item is 7.1, which is an indoor entertainment permit application 2024-25 for Taco Gordo. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I'll try very hard to take less than 5 minutes on these next two items combined. I move to approve the 2024-2025 indoor entertainment permit application for Taco Gordo at 208 North Winooski Avenue with all standard conditions.
Thank you so much, Councilor Shannon. Seconded by Councilor Travers. Wow. Wow. Councilor Travers, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, you're throwing me off. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as made by Councilor Shannon, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, which brings us to 7.2, which is an indoor entertainment permit application for Tank Studio. Councilor Shannon.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 indoor entertainment permit application for Tank Studio at 322 North Winooski Avenue with all standard conditions.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Seconded by Councilor Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say, oh, my apologies, Councilor Grant.
There is just no attachment, FYI.
No attachment to the agenda item?
Mm-hmm.
Just a point of information,
Yeah,
President
is
Paul.
there? Oh, that's correct.
Yeah, I think when we were before the License Committee, we did find that this application came in via a new system that we've stood up, and so perhaps that has something to do with it. But we did see the application before the License Committee, and I trust that that can be attached to the agenda if this were to be voted in favor of.
Okay. So the members of the License Committee saw the application? Yes, yes. Okay. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as made by Councilor Shannon, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes. So the next item we have is 10 minutes, if we can put 10 minutes on the timer. And our next item is 7.3, which is a resolution, Green Mountain Transit funding. For this item, I'll go to the chair of the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee, Councilor Barlow, for a motion. Please.
Thank you, President Paul. I'd like to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Of course, seconded by Councilor Bergman. Councilor Barlow, the floor is yours, and I do know that there's someone who you wanted to have promoted.
Yes, we have Director Chapin Spencer, and we also have the General Manager of.
Yes, who is if we can get the
But I would
Yes.
just like to say briefly to set this up. It's a topic that we've taken up for 2 years in a row now. Sustainable funding of Green Mountain Transit. And this year is particularly concerning because we've been made aware of a fiscal cliff that GMT will have in fiscal 2026. They'll have a significant shortfall that right now the only way to address without finding additional revenue sources is to cut 29% of the service that they have now. So we've been working hard in Tuke to sort of make sure that our legislative delegation is supporting ideas on how to make that funding more sustainable in Montpelier, and have been attending some of the meetings that GMT has been putting forward. So with that, I would turn it over to our two guests. I don't know if Clayton is online and wants to speak to us.
He is.
Thank you so much for the introduction and for having GMT here on such a celebratory night and with transitions happening. Congratulations to those folks who are concluding their service. And thank you so much to the members of the TUC for supporting GMT in the excellent way that they do. All across the country, urban transit, public transit systems are struggling. The cost pressures that have been amplified by the pandemic have created a situation where it costs more and more to provide the same level of service. And so when you look at Green Mountain Transit, for the past 5 years, there's been a 34% increase in the cost of our service, despite the fact that we've had a 10% reduction in that service and a 19% reduction in our administrative staff. And so this is a classic example of the costs and public transit rising much faster than the revenue. And so as we heard from Councilor Barlow, we're in a situation where in fiscal year 26, all of the monies that we received from COVID relief that municipalities like GMT were able to obtain will be exhausted. And what that means is that we will no longer be able to provide our current level of service. With such a lean service, in fact, we have just 7% of our expenditures relate to non-operational managers, which is non-operational functions, which means that we have the leanest public transit system that's in the state. We just don't have room to cut anything other than service. And so I know that you have a lot to cover. I think that the resolution lays out our situation pretty well. I will say that there's one item that I wasn't able to do the research before helping the TUC with drafting that when you look at the back of the resolution where it talks about the 10% match that happens outside of Chittenden County for municipalities, I did that research and found out it's actually 2.5%. And so I want to thank the city of Burlington and all of our urban members, because the 20% that you contribute towards our service, it's the highest in the state of Vermont, and it really shows your municipality's commitment to public transit and all of the social equity and climate equity that it provides. So thank you very much, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I didn't know if Director Spencer had anything to add.
Thank you. I will just say quickly that having served on this board for 20 years, we are getting to a point where the future viability of this service is in question. I very much appreciate the leadership that all members of the TUC have brought to this issue. We've worked cooperatively on a resolution. I feel it is incumbent on our community to lead. Other communities have been asking for this resolution as they're considering similar action. So your action tonight, if you so choose, I think can go a long way to building momentum. We know we're late in the legislative session here, but we have to try. And I don't want to be in a position, as you don't, when you have to pass a budget, to be passing a budget that is going the wrong direction. So this is a move now before in November of 2024, when the board will have to approve a budget for FY 25. Six. Yep. Thanks.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Bergman.
So I just want to say that since we started taking this up, GMT has had 2 meetings with legislators, and it's really important that they've gotten people's attention. So I'm really proud of the work that our committee and hopefully this council will do. No matter what we decide on neighborhood code, it is clear that more housing is needed. And I truly believe that if this city does not have a viable, vibrant mass transit system, that we are just crashing on every level. So, If we pass the code, then maybe, and it gets what people want, you're gonna have a lot more density. We better come up with a way to move people. People were talking about parking. If we don't pass it, we still have lots of people who are traveling who need to be able to get from here to there, and we need a viable bus system. So this is essential. We have kicked the can down the road in the state of Vermont for far too long, and we need to be able to encourage legislators to do something fundamentally different, because it is absolutely necessary. I hope we get a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bergman. We'll go to Councillor Hightower and then Councillor Grant.
And I just want to say that I've just been so amazed at the timeliness of the buses, how full they get, which is, not what you want as a passenger, but certainly fills my little heart when I get on the bus over the last few years, and just the predictability, how often the buses run. And so I think losing that I think we've hit the mark where people are using the bus, and if we pull back a lot on service, then obviously we're going to reduce ridership again. It's going to become a spiral to the bottom. So obviously supportive of this, and glad that City Councils past have taken strong action to support Green Mountain Transit, and thank this council for presumably doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. We'll go to Councillor Grant, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you not in the queue? Okay. Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks. I just want to say that I sat in this afternoon at a presentation that GMT did for, I'm not sure who the audience was, but I was grateful to be invited. And it was really interesting to hear, sad, but interesting to hear the presentation about the cliff they're going to hit. And I do hope that we all really open up. I agree with Councilor Bergman and what he has to say. And there's some solutions on the tables, like maybe a tax on a driver's license, maybe other things, rental car fees, looking at the fact that the gas tax is down, so how do we supplement those revenues? And some of that will hit harder in Chittenden County, which is where we need the transit the most. And so I just hope we start talking about all those solutions and be open to them, because we need the public transportation.
Thank you so much, Councillor Carpenter. Seeing no others in the queue, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as made by Councillor Barlow, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And thanks so much to the members of the TUC this year for all of your good work on this effort and many others, and also to Clayton for being here with us, from Green Mountain Transit for being with us this evening. That will bring us to item 7.4. Oh, and also to one of the 45 department heads that I've worked with, DPW Director Chapin Spencer. We will go to our next item, which is item 7.4, a resolution on the Housing Trust Fund administrative updates. We've allotted 10 minutes for this item, so we will set the timer at 10 minutes. Before we get to CEDO Director Brian Pine, we will go to Councillor McGee for a motion.
Thank you, President Paul. I would move that we waive the reading and adopt the resolution, and ask for the floor back briefly after a second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGee. Seconded by Councillor Carpenter. Councillor McGee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Paul. I am happy to be a sponsor on this resolution tonight, recognizing that we are facing an unprecedented housing crisis here in the city and across the state. And we are also faced with depleted federal resources that have supported much of our housing initiatives up to now. And we need to adapt and figure out how we're going to continue to support that work going forward. And I'm grateful to Director Pine and the folks on the city staff that have brought this forward. I think with the additional revenue sources going to the Housing Trust Fund, this is an appropriate time for us to explore this change. And with that, I will gladly hand the floor over to Director Pine.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor McGee. Director Pine.
I will be briefer than 10 minutes because I both left my glasses at the other table, which means I can hardly read my notes, but also in 1991, I introduced the 5-minute rule, by the way, and it was referred to me as being anti-democratic, but it was intended to prevent soliloquies, which was happening frequently. So we had a thespian or two on the council, and they were carrying on well into the morning. So essentially what we're looking for here is the council's approval to do two things. The first is to, I should note, I'm Brian Pine, the director of the Community Economic Development Office, also serve as the city's Housing Trust Fund manager. And in that role today, I'm just bringing to you the request that we have the ability to use the Housing Trust Fund resources to do two things that we currently don't have the ability to do. One is tonight you'd be approving the ability to take the administrative piece of the Housing Trust Fund and allow us to use it for services that the city provides that are related to those experiencing homelessness. And that is in the form of our own staff, really. We have a shortfall of dedicated revenue sources to support that work. In addition, the Ordinance Committee would be, an item would be referred to the Ordinance Committee to be able to use trust fund dollars, which are currently pretty restricted, and they're restricted by, I think, a good policy objective, which is the dollars should be used to support permanent affordable housing, and emphasis on permanent. Shelters are not that, and so we don't have the ability to have right now, use the dollars in that way. So we're asking for some flexibility, and that will go through the Ordinance Committee if you adopt this resolution.
Thank you so much. Are there any, Mayor Weinberger?
Thank you, President Paul. And thank you, Director Pine, for that summary. I think this is a really important issue that I appreciate that Councilor McGee has brought to the floor and that we're going to start the conversation on tonight. This, I understand and am sympathetic to the idea that the Housing Trust Fund should be used only for permanently affordable housing. It's a great ideal, and it's one that I think everyone who cares about housing is moved by. The problem is we, right now, in this moment, are completely overwhelmed in terms of our housing needs. Our vacancy rate is under 1% and has been for years. The shelters that we have available are not adequate to meet the demand. We have a completely unprecedented unsheltered homelessness problem right now, despite the fact that we've opened 3 new shelters as a community since 2020. And we need to be able to keep working on this issue. In the short term, we need more shelter, and we need staff working on shelter, and we need to be able to put dollars into shelter in a way that is not allowed currently under the Housing Trust Fund ordinance. We created a special assistant to end homelessness position together in early 2022. I think that was, we didn't know how much we needed that position when we did that. We knew we had problems coming. We didn't know they would reach the current level. We have paid for that position and other shelter-related expenses for federal dollars up until now. The Housing Trust Fund, because of the actions we've taken together, is well funded right now, and it will be well funded for years to come, in particular because of the change we made with short-term rental and the revenue that is now generating. We've gone from having about $200,000 a year in revenue to the Housing Trust Fund to over $1 million. It's time to spend some of those funds on shelter in the moment we're in now, and support by the council tonight is a critical step to doing that. Thank you, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. We'll go to Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I don't want to repeat the remarks of the mayor, but just 2 comments. As a founding housing advocate for the Housing Trust Fund, this is a change we just need to make at this point in time, and it's critical. The other comment was we do need that administrative support. I've been chided by constituents and residents of the city about why don't we have a better human service department? The city of Burlington does not have a human service department. We're not set up to do it, and we should not be set up to do it. But we need the coordinating capacity, little that we have, to help get the state to the table and the other resources to the table. And so this is really important to that.
Thank you so much, Councilor Carpenter. Counselor Hightower.
I would usually say I'll just bring this up in the ordinance committee, but I will not be on the next version of the ordinance committee, and I assume somebody at this table will be. So I just hope that folks don't just, I think that this is important, very happy to support it, and I hope that another thing that we look at is diverting a higher proportion of the Housing Trust Fund specifically to supporting folks who are experiencing houselessness in general, because I just think that we need to take care of that first, and that should be our priority. And I think right now, at least the way the Housing Trust Fund monies have been going, I just don't think that that is reflected. Although it does address it, I don't think it's reflected. So I hope that as you look at this, whoever is on the future ordinance committee, that you also look at prioritizing permanent shelter to address houselessness as well, and prioritizing that in the percentages. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Counselor Hightower. If there are no other counselors who have additional comments or questions, and seeing no further discussion, we have a motion and a second, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, my apologies. By all means, Counselor Zhang.
Thank you. This is a very quick question, and in trying to understand the recipients of the funds, what are their thoughts about this?
I'm sorry, I didn't actually get your question.
The people who receive the funds, right? What are their thoughts?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. We are, annually we get applications for both the bricks and mortar, the hard construction costs. We also get requests for operating funds to provide what we call capacity grants. And so in a sense, what we're doing here is giving our department a little bit more capacity and building that capacity. And that's a pretty constant request from our partner organizations out there, the nonprofits, and we're just trying to make sure that we have the capacity in-house to bolster the city's response. We haven't specifically, ultimately what it means is that the percentage that goes to admin for our work is still the same. So it's still that doesn't increase the admin portion. It just means we have the ability to be a little more flexible with how we allocate it within our department. So it doesn't affect grantees in that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other counselors in the queue, and again, we do have a motion and we have a second, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as made by Counselor McGee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously with our thanks to CETO Director Pine and the CETO staff. That will bring us to our next item, which is 7.5, a request to accept and execute a Federal Aviation Administration grant for the design, construction manager at risk coordination, selection, pricing, construction, inspection, and construction of the North Concourse Replacement Project, also known as Project Next. We've also allotted 10 minutes for this item, and before we get to the entire airport staff, which is here with us, thank you all for being here, we'll go to Counselor Carpenter for a motion.
Thanks. I would move to approve and authorize the Director of Aviation to execute a grant from the Federal Aviation Administration to accept an amount up to $34 million with a 15% contingency totaling $39,100,000 as allowed under the grant for design, construction manager at risk coordination, selection, pricing, construction inspection, construction of the North Concourse Replacement Project, Project Next, subject to review and approval by the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you so much, Counselor Carpenter. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Counselor Shannon. Yes? Yes. Oh, Counselor King. Okay, Counselor King. Did you want the floor back? No. So we'll go to Director of Aviation, Nick Longo, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President Paul. We, the airport team, the leadership team, would not miss this meeting for the world and are extremely thankful to and honored to be in front of you today, not just this particular council, but in front of you, Council President Paul, for all of your work for the many, many years, particularly through the airport. And also very honored to be shoulder to shoulder with Mayor Weinberger, presenting yet another amazing opportunity and embark on this new project, this next project, to bring a better airport, a more pleasing airport. And this is not just about the aesthetics of the airport or even the journey, although it will improve those particular items. This is about sustainability. This is about bringing a new terminal building to Leahy BTV, not just with the building, but underneath the building, with a new geothermal facility that would heat and cool this building, with new solar arrays on top of the building, and a building that's produced and constructed with mass timber to showcase the capabilities of what Leahy BTV can be. We are embarking on an extremely busy year with number of passengers. We've already broken records this year with number of operations, and we're really excited. This leadership team, Director of Engineering Larry Lackey, Director of Finance Marie Friedman, our Executive Assistant Hannah Dusablon, and our Director of Innovation Jeff Bartley, presenting this particular project today. We'll be back to City Council, the next City Council, to request a contract authorization. What we're here tonight for is the authorization to sign and execute a very large Federal Aviation Administration grant, one of our largest that we've received in history, to construct this new facility to accomplish a couple of things. One is the safety of this particular airport. We are constrained with aircraft size on the exterior of the building, and we need to address this because the aircraft that are now landing and approaching the gates are larger. They can accommodate more people. Those aircraft, of course, come up to the gates. We don't have enough space adjacent our gates, and of course, with larger aircraft, more people, we also need additional room inside of our terminal. So all of these things are addressing and allowing a much better experience and adding sustainability products into our terminal building. We're really excited to present this to you and also kick this off later this year into construction. And really thank you for the time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Longo. Are there members of the council who have any questions or comments on this agenda item? Councilor Barlow.
I just, I'm very excited about this project when you brought it to Board of Finance last week, and I'm happy to support it. I think it's really, really important addition to BTV.
Thank you so much, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Bergman.
So I think for the council, for the public, and just in light of this, tomorrow we're going to be having a TUC meeting, and you all are going to be bringing forward a report, I believe, not just with the Air National Guard, but airport greenhouse gas emission update. Yes?
That's correct.
That
We're
is
also
correct.
going to be presenting some of this project as well as a couple of other projects that we've been working on since our last TUC presentation. But yes.
So I look forward to that. Airline emissions are important for us to get a handle on, to say the least. There's much skepticism about expansion of air traffic in relationship to emissions. So I'm supportive of this, knowing that there's a caveat to that, because again, we've got some major work that has to be done in the world of emission control when it comes to, among other things, transportation, and that includes aviation. So I look forward to our conversation tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Councilor Bergman. We'll go to Councilor Jang.
Yes, thank you, and I think echo the sentiment of my colleagues, but also just wanted to say how appreciative I am with your staff. As a member of Board of Finance of the past 4 years, I don't know how many times we approved you receiving grants from the federal government. This, if it's not $1 billion, it's close to it. I think whatever you're doing it very well, and I'm appreciative that you are an enterprise fund and you're running the airport as an enterprise. But at the same time, you're also running it with the lens of climate change. And I think all of this innovation, better technology there, I think we are already leading. Just keep up the good work, right? Yeah, let me leave it to that, and thank you for everything that you have been doing.
Great, thank you so much, Councillor Chang. We'll go to the mayor.
Thank you, President Paul. To Councilor Chang's point, we do have a great team at the airport working on this. I think it's also should be noted that this particular grant would not have happened without the leadership of Senator Leahy, who this was a congressionally directed spending item, and it was exciting to be with him at the airport last week as this new plan was unveiled. My first service roles for the city of Burlington was on the Burlington Airport Commission, where I served for 9 years. So you add that to 12 years here, and it's been over 20 years of involvement with the airport. I've seen the airport through some very difficult times, and it is moving to be able to bring this to you tonight on at my final city council meeting. Haven't had 400 of them, but it's got to be it's got to be a couple hundred. I didn't count them up, but to be able to bring this to you the last night and be able to put before the council for action acceptance of this grant, which I think speaks to even brighter days ahead for the airport, is exciting, and I hope we'll have the council's strong support.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. If there are no others, we have a motion and a second. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as made by Councillor Carpenter, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously with our thanks, as always, to the airport team, to all of you for being here. Ask one person to come and everybody shows up because you take so much pride in the work that you do, and we appreciate it and see you. Thanks so much. Thanks. This brings us to the public hearing, 7.6, which is a public hearing regarding ZA 24-02, the neighborhood code, ZA 24-02, the neighborhood code amendments 1 through 6. This is a public hearing pursuant to 24 VSA 4442 and 4444. And this is to speak to the zoning amendment, any of the proposed amendments listed as 1 through 6, and the effective date amendment as well. So we have about 20 people that want to speak during the public forum. Same rules for public hearing as public forum. Please be respectful. Please speak only to the amendment or to the proposed amendments to the neighborhood code. We'll set a timer for 2 minutes. Please wrap up your comments when the sound is heard. And we do have one person who's joining us via Zoom, and we will go to that person after those that are in Contois. So the first is Colin Hilliard, to be followed by Peter Lukowski. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President Paul. Speaking to you now is Colin Hilliard, Deputy Director of the Burlington Business Association. I'm also a Ward 3 resident and a renter as well. The BBA wholeheartedly supports the proposed neighborhood code changes. Want to thank Mayor Weinberger, Director Tuttle, and members of the Joint Planning Commission and City Council Committee that have put years of work into this proposal to get it where it is today. And also want to thank ARP for their strong support of missing middle housing, both in Burlington and across the country. Our organization represents over 200 businesses and nonprofits in the Burlington area, and virtually all of them will tell you that staffing is a challenge. More housing, and more importantly, affordable housing and choice in housing types is critical to moving Burlington forward. I respectfully request the council pass this zoning amendment as is tonight. We've heard from some that this amendment has been hastily conceived. I looked back in my inbox and found that I went on a walking tour of missing middle housing that the planning department put together in support of neighborhood code back in September 22nd of 2022. And I know that there have been dozens of ARP coffee meetups, planning commission meetings, joint committee meetings on this proposal. We've heard from so many community members, and most critically, younger folks and renters who want to stay in Burlington. And this zoning amendment is really critical to that. When a similar missing middle housing effort passed in Minneapolis, Mayor Fry there said that it allowed the city to evolve because that's what cities do, is they evolve. I hope that you'll vote in favor of Burlington's evolution and welcoming more neighbors into our community tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Colin. Our next speaker is Peter Lukowski, to be followed by Jeannie Keller. Good evening.
What we actually need is not just housing, but we need affordable housing. But unfortunately, if you're a developer, you don't make as much money with affordable housing as you do with non-affordable housing. If that were the case, that's what would be being built. We would have lots of it. What we need to get that affordable housing is an intervention by the public, by the state, by the city, by city ordinances that govern such things and allow more development, more money to be made. This neighborhood code will lead to a great deal of money being made. And we can tap into that as the public and get a much better deal, really, if we use our leverage at this point to negotiate a situation where more affordable housing is made, and also where amendments in the terms of public benefit, based on consultation with the NPAs and others, the kind of input from the public that really hasn't happened on a big scale. If this amendment, if this resolution fails today, we'll have a new administration, just as much committed to affordable housing, but in a position to look at this with new eyes and extract or construct a better way for the public to benefit from this and get real affordability. If, on the other hand, if the resolution tonight passes, the negotiating position of the future board and administration will be considerably weakened. So I hope you don't pass it tonight. Give the next
Thank you.
a chance to do a fully thought out job.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jeannie Keller, to be followed by Evan Gould. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a 40-plus year resident of Ward 1 and a neighbor to Peter Lukowski, and I guess, there's some kind of thing rubbing off. My 2-minute written speech has been given by a lot of people already tonight about why this needs to be sent back to be worked on further. And one thing that I heard the other day that has really struck with me, and I would just like to lay it out to all of you. Upzoning creates value for developers and landowners. Upzoning creates value for landowners and developers. And that means we, the city, the people, have the right to get something for us out of this deal. And as Peter said, we can make a better deal than we have here. One of the biggest problems with this is that there is nothing specific in this proposal that would link it inextricably to some kind of inclusionary zoning. There's nothing that does that. Portland, for example, does allow higher density, but only if you are providing a certain percentage of affordable housing. Second, UVM is probably just chomping at the bit waiting for this to pass tonight because they want us to house their students. And we just can't do that anymore. We can't afford it. It's killing us, especially as their enrollment changes to very wealthy out-of-state students who can come in and pay a lot. This would go forward without having the UVM MOU taken care of. Just makes no sense at all from a policy perspective. And that's why I joined the 300-plus people signing the petition asking you, please send this back so that we can refine this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Evan Gould, to be followed by, actually, Mark Stevenson, I believe he has already spoken. Lisa Lax, who has also spoken. Our next speaker would be Colin Larson. Evan,
Hi.
hello.
My name is Evan Gould. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I've been involved in this process. First, I do want to say thank you to all the counselors who have been involved in leaving. I know I send a lot of emails, so thank you for putting up with me. I appreciate it, and all your thoughtfulness. This council is going to be very different without you. Onto the neighborhood code. So one thing I want to clarify, a lot of the things coming out are that this doesn't include affordability. I think one thing, I'm a zoning nerd. I've read our comprehensive development ordinance a lot of times. One thing is that it's very good about inclusionary zoning. If you build five units in a single building, or, and the phrasing, I don't have my phone, but it's in aggregate. So if a single developer buys multiple properties and builds 5 units across the city, even 2 fourplexes, that triggers inclusionary zoning. So that requires at least 1 unit. Once you get to 10, it could be up to 2 units, be built as inclusionary zoning units. So it does take into account affordability. On the other part, I work at Hula. I'm lucky because of privilege to be able to own my house, and I commute by bike from my house in Red Rocks condominiums to Hula. One thing I thought was very exciting was the proposal on Wright Avenue, because I know how many of my coworkers are renting, starting their careers, and have trouble finding good housing. And so it's a triplex with 2-bedroom units. It's in a walkable neighborhood that I walk and bike through all the time. And so to me, I saw that proposal and I was like, this is exactly the type of housing that this neighborhood code is supposed to enable. And it made me very hopeful. So I just wanted to say that I'm hopeful that you all pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Colin Larson, to be followed by Gordon Dragoon, to be followed by Mary Kehoe.
Hi, my name is Colin
Hi.
Larson.
Good
I live
evening.
in Ward 7. I want you to pass the neighborhood code tonight. I had written some stuff. A lot of people said it. It kind of falls apart, so I'll just address a few points. I think there's a misconception around existing lot coverage in the city of Burlington. If you bulldoze the entire city tomorrow and built them to our current standards, not the neighborhood code standards, we would have significantly less housing than we do now. Particularly in the old North End, we would lose a lot of the multifamily housing that is in existence today. In some neighborhoods, over 55% of buildings exceed lot coverage limits that we have on the books right now. So I don't think that it's, ridiculous or, I don't think it's accurate to say that the neighborhood code is this huge departure from what we've built historically in Burlington. Before 1973, our height limit was like 55 or 75 feet, and then we had these 2 successive rounds of downzoning in 73 and 94 that created all of this single-family housing that we have today and reduced our flexibility to account for future growth, which is why we're in the situation we're in right now. I know a lot of people are frustrated with the planning process. I get it. Like, there's a lot of stuff happening at the city level. It's really hard to follow all the meetings. There are people who go to school who have advanced degrees, including our planning department, who understand zoning. That's why. So if you're like an individual citizen and you show up to a meeting and you're like, I don't really get this, it's because it's hard. And that's an error in participatory planning, and I don't think we have a solution for that. But I really just think you should pass it. It's about time. We're in a housing crunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gordon Dragoon, to be followed by Mary Kehoe and Ryan Frink. Hey, good evening.
Our Church Street is seedy and disorganized now, but in the present plan I see no improvements, only a desire to secure federal funds. Money alone does not always make things better. I urge fellow Burlingtonians to request postponement of the marketplace vote until a more acceptable plan is submitted. Burlington Free Press, August 16, 1979. One major downtown problem, the lack of convenient parking, would be greatly aggravated. If the tax increase passes, several hundred parking places would be destroyed to make way for a pedestrian mall. This would definitely discourage many shoppers from shopping downtown. October 27th, 1979. Who wants a Church Street transformed into a mall, even a Washington free one? Not very many people that I know. We now have a successful, traditional, and adequate shopping area positioned on each side of Church Street. This not only provides convenience, but at this stage of our survival, it is an irreplaceable traffic artery. November 28th, 1978. There are dozens of articles opposing the Church Street Marketplace, but there is not a reasonable person today that would replace Church Street with a road. Just as there were voices calling for postponement then, there are voices calling for it now. But I'm here to tell you that sending this back to committee will at best leave the housing crisis to fester for 6 to 12 months and then result in a proposal very much like the one in front of you now. At worst, we'll wait 7 years, like we did for the parking minimum change. It is my strong belief that the concerns we have heard in opposition to this proposal pale in comparison to the housing crisis this city is facing. A housing crisis we are faced with because we have delayed zoning changes for literal generations. I urge you to have confidence in our city planning department. Don't send this back to committee. Vote yes on the neighborhood code and help us take this small step towards making Burlington better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mary Kehoe, to be followed by Ryan Frink, to be followed by Dan Castrogano. Good evening, Mary. Former Councilor Kehoe.
Good evening. Mayor Weinberger, President Paul, I come to you as a former member of this body and a member of the Ordinance Committee and a recently repatriated Burlingtonian. I come not in support of or against this proposal or the amendments. I come in support of process. The process is as important as anything, and there is no downside if you follow more process. It's a truly democratic thing to do, which is extraordinarily important. We're lucky to live in a community that has so many people who are engaged on one side or the other, but I still feel like many of the people I've spoken with in my short time back in Burlington felt like they didn't have enough process. And that is important to people. It gives them a sense of things being done correctly, even if they don't agree with the result. So I urge you to put this back to the commission to consider the proposal and the amendments so that those people who were not included the first time around can be heard again. That is what people feel like fairness is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ryan Frink, to be followed by Dan Castrogano, to be followed by Tim Stevens. Good evening, Ryan.
Good evening. So I live in Ward 7, which is in the New North End. On my little street, Cayuga Court, it's almost entirely single-family homes. About halfway down the street, there is a little apartment complex. It's one story, there's 9 units. They are, I believe, entirely Section 8 units, so they are actually affordable. That building was built before our current zoning regulations. Couldn't be built today. I know a lot of those people. They're my neighbors. They're great neighbors. I'm glad they're there. Our street would not be as nice as it is without those people living there. When I zoom out a bit to look at the rest of the New North End, and apologies to the councilors who aren't as familiar with it, but the whole neighborhood, there's kind of three big affordable neighborhoods within it, little sub-neighborhoods. There's Franklin Square, the North Avenue Co-op, and Northgate. And all three of those were built before our current zoning regulations. In order to actually achieve affordability, we need to roll back some of these very tight restrictions. And we need to do it now. I would really urge you to pass this tonight. I think it's a mistake to try to wait to get everything done all at once. Passing this tonight doesn't stop us from passing a better MOU or setting aside new green areas for public parks. It doesn't stop us from making progress on social housing. It removes barriers that are currently in place to achieving more social housing. So I would urge you to pass this tonight and then look towards the next steps of what can we do to strengthen our city on this strong foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. We'll go to Dan Castrogano to be followed by Tim Stevens and Merrick Broderick. Good evening.
Hi, City Council. My name is Dan Castrogano. I live in Ward 4. I'm here tonight to urge you to pass neighborhood code. It's not perfect, but I think we should think about the urgency of the housing crisis. It's not equitable. Our current system is not equitable. I support the RM Everywhere amendment and think that the urgency of the housing crisis is the most important, and think that we should pass it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tim Stevens, to be followed by Merrick Broderick, to be followed by Jack Tiano. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tim Stevens. I'm a Ward 6 resident, and I'm here to speak in strong support for the neighborhood code and passing it tonight. I've heard a few people say that there's no downside to delaying, and I think that's pretty easy to say if you have a bed to go sleep in tonight and a roof over your head, but that's not true for everyone here in Burlington. And I think while that is true, we really ought to do as much as we possibly can to improve housing availability here. I'd also like to speak about affordability real quick. So it's well studied that increasing the supply of housing will reduce the cost of housing over time. It's the same way that it works for any other good, be it coffee, cars, stuff. It's also true that we already have inclusionary zoning in the city of Burlington. So while it's not specifically within the scope of this amendment, by allowing us to build more housing, it's feasible that we can build more affordable housing. Moreover, it's also true that CHT will be allowed to take advantage of this amendment. People who want to build affordable housing, people with more earnest intentions, can build more housing under this amendment just as well. It's not explicitly only open to evil, greedy developers, so to speak. And lastly, I'd also like to point out this isn't perfect. I don't think anyone's trying to argue that this is perfect, but we have to do something. The status quo is certainly less perfect than what's on the page. I appreciate a lot of the work that the planning committee has done for this so far. I've been following it for about 6 months now and have seen plenty of public outreach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Matthew, why do I keep doing that? Merrick Broderick, and then to Jack Tiano, to be followed by Erhard Monkey. Good evening, Merrick.
Hi. Well, first of all, I support passing neighborhood code tonight, and I thank the mayor and everyone else who worked on it to get it in front of us now, with the potential to lay the groundwork for truly allowing this city to evolve and grow. But there's one thing specifically that I want to talk about revolving around, and that's the equity concerns with the zoning, which I have many, considering major portions of this city were left out of the current form. I support making RM the minimum, and I support the compromises that were posted in Ben Travers's amendment. But I see these arguments about how it's not equitable, which I agree with. And then at the same time, people argue that we should start carving out neighborhoods. That's probably the least equitable thing you could possibly do right now. You're going from what we have to even worse than what we have with our current ordinance. And as much as I want RM to be everywhere, even if that's not possible, I'm urging you to please do not start carving out neighborhoods. It sets a dangerous precedent. Any other time we want to do upzoning, any other time we want more housing, the loudest will be listened to, and those suffering in silence will have no one representing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Merrick. Our next speaker is Jack Tiano, to be followed by Erhard Manke.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hearing a lot of budget concerns tonight that would be really helped by more taxpayers. My name is Jack Tiano. I live in Ward 5. I've already sent the council my 18-page assessment in support of the neighborhood code. So in my last 2 minutes of your attention, I want to take a higher level view. So I believe that sending the code back to committee would be a mistake for 2 reasons. First is that most of the objections raised are external to the code itself and are rooted in falsehoods. There have been claims that stormwater is not specifically considered, but that's because we already have a robust stormwater management ordinance that covers every project that needs a building permit, Chapter 26, Article 3. There are claims that none of the new units under the new code will be affordable, but we have an inclusionary zoning ordinance, which is triggered on projects creating 5 or more units, which this code will specifically enable a lot more opportunity for, especially if you reject the Hightower Amendment. There are also issues raised about parking, but again, we have a process to secure resident-only parking on neighborhood streets. The point being that many of the biggest oversights are already mitigated by existing ordinances and mitigated well, though I also have a lot of constructive ideas on how to further improve these systems. A city buyback program for undeveloped side lots to reclaim public pocket parks in residential neighborhoods, neighborhood-wide income-adjusted street parking permits, a ban on impervious pavement on private lots in favor of permeable solutions, affordable housing funded by more than just renters in new buildings. My friends and I here tonight have a lot of constructive ideas. Talk to us. The second reason is more procedural. There's a belief, mistaken in my opinion, that it's possible to spend enough time thinking about something to anticipate every consequence and mitigate them all completely. In my experience, it is better to make focused changes, stay observant, and adjust when necessary. Trying to tie the passage of the middle missing housing reform to a stormwater, parking, and affordability policy overhauls will only make for less focused and impractical policies overall. I urge you to pass the neighborhood code tonight, no matter what amendments pass, but preferably with only the Paul amendment and without the 6-month delay. And then next week, those of you who remain, let's chat about how to continue improving our water, parking, affordability, and green space policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Erhard Manke, to be followed by Michael Monty, who may be joining us online at this point. I will check. Oh, I don't need to check. You are right here. Don't need to check. Erhard, please, go ahead.
Thanks, President Paul, and just want to take a short moment just to say special thanks to you and to the other departing members, to Mayor Weinberger as well. And these are challenging times, and you guys have met a lot of heavy-duty challenges. I certainly remember my last night on your side of the table quite well. It was a long time ago, but I remember it, and it's an emotional moment. So I just wanted to pause for a second and just acknowledge that. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So with all due respect to the folks that have worked on this, mayor, planning director, many of the advocates, I just want to urge you, like so many others, to please refer this back to committee. Barring that, I would urge you to pass the amendments that are before you and at least postpone, as I think Councilor Travers has recommended or suggested, portion of it for 6 months so that you can work on making it better. As some of you know, I recently retired from 40 years working in affordable housing and municipal issues and community development. And I want to focus on what I know best, which is affordability. That said, I also want to commend you on taking this issue up. Obviously, we have a protracted, deep, and long-term affordable housing crisis, and upzoning for missing middle is one of the things that needs to happen. Unfortunately, I believe that this is a bridge too far, because it will do harm to existing neighborhoods. It's great that you're going to upzone in order to allow the existing density patterns to actually conform to the zoning and certainly go beyond. You need to have duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes by rights. You need to adjust the geometric configurations so that more housing is allowed. But contrary to what some folks have said, this does not in and of itself create affordable housing unless you have a unit that's a building that's 5 units or more.
Thank you.
Gave you some written materials. Hope you get a chance to look at those. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Michael Monti, to be followed by Andy Montrol, and then we have one speaker online.
First
Good
of all,
evening,
thank you,
Michael.
Mayor. Thank you, councilors, for your service. I really do appreciate all the work that you put into supporting our city. 22 years ago, the mayor of Burlington, then Peter Clavell, talked about a sustainability plan, and it was passed by the council. In that, he talked about 3 E's: economic development, social equity, and environmental justice. I think the neighborhood code actually embraces all 3. If you look closely, that's what it does. I would say that this particular neighborhood code does a lot. There are reasons to tinker, absolutely. But I think it's important to plant the tree now. If we had planted the tree 22 years ago, we would be in a much, much better place. If we had embraced actually the number of units that then Mayor Clavell wanted to build at that point, we would be in a much better place. It's not going to solve homelessness. It's not automatically just going to create affordable housing everywhere. You have ordinances for that. You can still do some more. It will create opportunity, create variety, and it will create community. I have a project on St. Paul Street, which only could do 3 units. With the neighborhood code, I could do 13. It will be for children with disabilities, adult children with disabilities, and they will create a community at that location that will have green space, that will have community kitchens, that will be supportive, and a whole range of parents will be very, very thankful to be able to move that project forward. Can't do it unless you pass the neighborhood code. We could wait 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year. You're going to talk about this for a long time. Pass it, and then make adjustments and changes if you need to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, Burlington resident joining us in Conchoice, is Andy Montrol. Oh, do you have a form? I filled one out. I must not have made it to you. Okay, we'll figure that out. Good evening, Andy.
Good evening. I want to just first, again, as many others have said, say thank you to all of you for your service. Mayor, President Paul, and others. You've done a tremendous job in the community. The city really appreciates it. So I've lived in Burlington for 30, 35 years. We've had home, I've lived in 3 different places. When I first moved here, I lived in an apartment in Oakledge, in Ledgewood near Oakledge Park. I've lived on Howard Street, and I've lived on South Union Street. I will say the housing in Burlington works really well for me. I've enjoyed it. Every place I've lived, I've enjoyed it tremendously. My family grew up here. It was a perfect place for us. But I will tell you, I've heard on the Planning Commission, when I was a city councilor, over the last 30 years or more, the housing has not worked for so many people in our community, for so many people who want to be in our community. And what has struck me during the conversations that we've had during this middle housing, this neighborhood code, is the difference in the voices and the difference in the generational voices that we've been hearing. And more than ever before, what I've been hearing from so many of the, I'll call it the younger generation, the housing doesn't work for them. You heard from one of our planning commissioners, Julia Randall, who spoke on the screen. She loves it here in Burlington. You've heard from some others, Jack and some of the others. They love it here in Burlington. But Burlington housing doesn't meet their needs. So we could try to preserve who we are, what Burlington has been for the last 50 years, 100 years. It will work great for me, as I said. It's perfect for what I need, but it's not perfect for what so many other people need. And that's a lot of what this neighborhood code was trying to do, was to make it the city that will work for so many other people for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So yes, our last speaker joining us in Contois is Lee Morgan, who's a Burlington resident. And then we have one non-Burlington resident and someone joining us online. Lee, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Hi, yes, my name is Lee Morrigan. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a resident of Ward 7, here to speak in support of neighborhood code tonight. I'm realizing sitting here that Burlington is the first city I've lived in that people who grew up here can't afford to live here. And that's a distinction I would like us to not have. You know, we're at the convergence of multiple crises right now, so environmental, affordability, our unhoused crisis, and our opioid crisis. And we need to build. We absolutely need to build. All the solutions hinge on building. And the type of building we need to get out of this crisis is going to take a cultural shift on how we really look at everything. How do we look at yards? How do we look at seemingly endless construction noise? You know, we need a cultural shift. And, you know, in the past 4 years, we have been through so many cultural shifts that we don't talk about. You know, it started with COVID. I mean, I was thinking, you know, the other day, I was literally sewing masks out of old curtains because you couldn't buy masks and we didn't know how this disease spread. And we don't even talk about this stuff, like life-changing trauma that we don't even talk about. And I feel like the housing crisis we're in is the same thing. We are in a completely traumatic crisis, and the transition is going to be traumatic too. And you know, if I bought a house that had a lake view and I was gonna lose that lake view, I'd be really disappointed too. And I don't think that would make me a bad person. And I think we need to have a little grace for people who are going to go through changes, and it sucks. And you know, part of that is going to have to be, people are going to have to decide if what they moved to Burlington for, or what they bought or rented their property for, if they can't continue to have that with the changes we need to get out of this crisis, that may mean leaving, it may mean adjusting, but if we don't have somebody specifically looking at the sociological changes, that's a mistake. I feel like that needs to be integral.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So we do have one Burlington resident who is joining us online, and put a timer up for that. And Sharon, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You can...
Okay, thank you so much, President Paul. And as I told you in a text message, thank you so much for your years of service and your really skilled facilitating city council meetings. I'm amazed at how you navigated such a challenging time, but thank you. I want to speak about the missing middle, and I want to talk about what is still missing. And it's been stated, but I want to say it anyways. What's still missing is inclusion of affordable units that can be incorporated. Someone spoke about the Portland legislation, which incorporated creating affordable units. You don't have to do our inclusionary zoning. You can lower that level. So that's missing. What else is missing? An incentive to create units for families. Most of these units probably will be 1 or 2 bedrooms. We need family housing. The state has put out an alert that we really need to increase the number of families living in this state. We need a commitment to the lake and environment. We've already said that. What was missing was a validation of the data that was compiled, number of units, etc., and the maps, and no schematics were ever drawn. And I want to also say that what else is lost was adequate time for public input. 2 minutes is hard for a public hearing on something as important as this. And one thing that's lost to me was one of the pillars of the progressive politics. They had a commitment to create affordable housing and make sure that all housing had that component, and it is missing here. I hope that you will postpone action on this, but I think it still can be done in this year. I don't want it to take forever. Thank you so much for the time that you've given me.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sharon. I do see another person who has their hand raised, and we can do that during the public hearing, and that's Ashley Adams. Ashley, I've enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you so much, Councilor Paul. I missed the opportunity to sign on earlier. And thank you so much for your service and your incredibly adept handling of city council meetings all these years. I really appreciate it. I'll be quick. I'm here simply to express my support for neighborhood code. I strongly believe that housing is a basic human right. And I'm ashamed that our city has really failed so many of our fellow human beings. Tonight, this council has an opportunity to begin to correct this problem. There's simply no viable path that I see to solving homelessness without increasing our housing supply. I also support neighborhood code because I recognize it's an important climate legislation. The sprawl that we see throughout Chittenden County and beyond is exacerbated by our failure to grow within city limits. Denser development in Burlington will reduce greenhouse gas pollution from cars as fewer people commute. Denser housing results in less greenhouse gas pollution from heating and cooling and far more efficient multi-unit buildings. And importantly, increasing housing in our city avoids ecological impacts to our natural landscapes and areas surrounding the city. I do strongly support Amendment 3 to preserve wildlife habitat. And I share concerns that many have expressed about the health of our lake, and I hope that those who voice this concern will stay engaged to ensure that Burlington has a prudent long-range plan to manage stormwater runoff in a sustainable way through green infrastructure and other tools. And the need to do much more to restore and protect the health of Lake Champlain exists, whether or not we increase our housing supply. Neighborhood code is not radical, it's necessary, and it's long overdue, and I really appreciate and hope that you will support it. Thank you.
Burlington resident, and that is Carlos Esquivel. And Carlos, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Okay, hey, this is Carlos Esquivel. I live in Ward 3. I'm a renter. I'm 31 years old, if that matters at all. I also wanna talk in favor of the neighborhood code. I really wish you could all pass it today. And we need that density. We need to build up. I have heard that some people think that like if having a big yards or like living like if our houses look that they are green, they are not really like very green. They are on top of nature rather than living in harmony with them. We need density. That's the true way to get into more environmentally friendly ways. Yeah, I just really want all of you to vote as like, you know, to take into account the housing crisis that we have right now. Like any number of units is a good start. So please pass the neighborhood code. Thank you.
So we have one last speaker who's joining us in Conchoice, Michael Arnold. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. So I'm not a Burlington resident, though I was, and was pushed out due to rising housing costs almost 7 years ago, despite going to UVM throughout that time. You know, I wanted to thank everyone involved in this process, from the planning staff, the volunteer commissioners, and the advocates, along with the city councilors who've spent so many countless hours working to take this first incremental step to reform what is a broken set of land use policies that have led to over 8,500 Burlington families to be classified by HUD as burdened or severely burdened by housing costs, a full 50% of Burlington families. Tonight, I'm asking the council to vote in support of the neighborhood code. You've heard from many others tonight about the role exclusionary zoning plays in exacerbating almost every crisis we face as a state, from our housing shortage and homelessness rate to our climate crisis and Vermont's shameful racial wealth gap. Tonight, I want to highlight one small specific impact, which I think illustrates the magnitude of zoning's costs. VT Digger last week reported that UVM Medical Center spent $120 million in unexpected expenses last year solely to pay wage premiums for travel nurses, in part because housing costs have made it impossible for them to fill full-time nursing positions. These costs work out to more than $1,000 per household in unnecessary healthcare costs for every family in the region, which we all pay through higher insurance premiums. Delay has serious costs. This is just a portion of the cost in a single sector of the economy. When you vote tonight on amendments to reduce the amount of housing allowed near UVM Medical Center, ask yourself, is excluding new homes for badly needed nurses and doctors within walking distance of UVM Medical Center worth increasing taxes by $1,000 per family for everyone in the county? I hope you'll choose to vote in favor of more housing instead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of the number of speakers that are in the queue to speak. If there is anyone else who remains in Contois or online who wishes to speak, now would be that time. Going once. Going twice. The public hearing is closed. With our thanks to everyone who attended and participated in the public hearing. The time is 9:44. We have one final deliberative item, and that, of course, is 7.7, the ordinance for the Comprehensive Development Ordinance, ZA 24-02, the Neighborhood Code, Part 1. We have allotted 60 minutes for this item, and we're going to set the timer for 60 minutes. I will go to the chair of the ordinance committee, Councilor Travers, for a motion on the underlying ordinance, and then we can get a second, and then if did you want the floor? No.
I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, all right. So Councilor Travers, a motion, please.
Move to waive the reading and adopt the ordinance and ask for the floor back upon a second.
Thank you so much, Councilor Travers. Seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Travers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Paul. First, I want to take another opportunity to thank Mayor Weinberger and the Office of City Planning, Director Tuttle, and Sarah Morgan for their work. Thank you to the Planning Commission as well, Chair Montrell and the other commissioners for your diligence with this matter. Thank you to my fellow Ordinance Committee members, Councilor Hightower, Councilors Carpenter and Shannon, for their work on this matter since last October. We didn't agree on every item, which is to be expected, but through disagreement, I think we built a better amendment. And thanks as well to our next mayor, who, while acknowledging a need I agree with to make continuous improvements, reached out to this council over the weekend to encourage us to take action tonight. Anyone who has tried to find housing in Burlington in recent years knows how impossible it is. Many in our community remember a time when Burlington workers could affordably live near their job. That same opportunity is not available today. We must act to fix that. Our meeting tonight is the third time the Neighborhood Code is being heard before this full City Council. In the half year plus leading up to this coming to the Council, the Ordinance Committee met jointly with the Planning Commission in 9 public meetings. Since well before that and through today, the Office of City Planning has held multiple public engagement sessions. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think the standard bearer for really public engagement on many issues, including collaborative efforts with community organizations like the AARP and our neighborhood planning assemblies. The Neighborhood Code comes to this council with the unanimous support of our Planning Commission. It is also strongly supported by affordable housing organizations, including Champlain Housing Trust and Habitat for Humanity. On the whole, I believe the Neighborhood Code will allow for new neighborhood-oriented housing opportunities in smaller multi-unit buildings. It will promote greater density along our most major transit corridors. It will remove historical barriers to renovation that have frustrated Burlington homeowners for decades, and it will support small businesses in our communities. Now, while very excited about these initiatives, I firmly believe that any changes that come from the Neighborhood Code will and should be incremental. The Neighborhood Code includes many provisions that are designed to preserve the existing character of our neighborhoods. For example, projects will still be subject to lot coverage and setback standards. Buildings will have maximum footprint and height restrictions. And additionally, most projects will still have to go before our Development Review Board, where we will consider issues in more detail, like parking, stormwater infrastructure, utility capacity, among other items. I don't use the word developer as a pejorative term. Most homeowners in Burlington can thank a developer for their home. Flynn and Scarf Avenues are named after Mr. Flynn and Mr. Scarf, who turned farmland into my beloved neighborhood. Whether 150, 10 years ago, or today, housing opportunities are dependent on housing developers. As I've worked on the neighborhood code, I've always remained mindful of the privilege and really luck that my wife had and I had in purchasing our first home here in Burlington in 2014. Just 10 years later, if we moved here today, there's no way that same privilege would be available to us now. The neighborhood code is both for today's Burlingtonians and Burlingtonians to be. As we heard from business organizations, anyone trying to hire in Burlington right now knows that people are turning down job opportunities. I guarantee you someone turned down a job opportunity in Burlington today because of our housing crunch. We've heard from many individuals who live outside Burlington contributing to our climate crisis through daily commutes when they want to live here. An individual I served with years ago on our Housing Board of Review has been living out of their car since last summer because they can't find a place for them and their dogs to live. Each day we delay on the neighborhood code is another Burlington job turned down, and another day when an organization like Habitat or COTS can't build for folks in our community who are in need. Now, in order to ensure passage of the neighborhood code tonight, I will be supporting amendments that address many of the concerns we've heard from neighbors. Additionally, I will be introducing an amendment to delay the effective date of provisions that will allow for secondary buildings on lots, and I will speak to that in a moment, President Paul. What I will say now is that I don't fully agree with all of these amendments, including, frankly, the one that I will be introducing, but I offer it as a compromise that hopefully allows this council a path to broadly support the core provisions of our neighborhood code, and then once in place, I look forward to working through the next council year and with the next administration to make needed improvements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Travers. So, and thank you for that overview. There are 7 amendments that are proposed by various members of this council, and they're with the underlying ordinance. We will go in the numbered order of these amendments because that was the order in which Director Tuttle was approached for these amendments. We'll first go to amendments 1 through 6 and then end with the amendment that Councilor Travers just referenced about the effective date proposal. Amendments 1, 2, and 3 are proposed by Councilor Hightower. Councilor Hightower, it appears as though amendments 1 and 2 should be able to be moved together, and then we can go to Amendment 3 after. So if you could move that, and then we'll get a second.
Great. I'd like to move the proposed amendments, Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, as listed on the CDO website and in the information packet.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Hightower. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Doherty. Councilor Hightower, the floor is yours if you want to briefly explain what the amendments are and any other comments you wish to add.
Great. The 2 amendments are to reduce the lot coverage proposed in RM from 60% to 55% and to reduce the maximum number of units in RM per building from 6 to 4, so allowing from 5 to 4. 6 to 4? I don't even remember. 6 to 4, sorry. So allowing 8 units instead of 12 units. Sorry, we've been talking about this for so long. So why these amendments? I know that folks are frustrated with the process, and I do think that we messed up, I think, as an ordinance committee and not saying we do want this to go to ordinance because oftentimes this doesn't get media attention until it comes to the council, doesn't get people's attention until it gets media attention. And so I personally apologize for that. But that said, I think we got the right balance coming out of the commission and the ordinance. And that said, I say all of the time with the UVM MOU that zoning is for a long time. And I think it's more important to get it write in a way that you don't have to pull it back or don't ever want to pull it back than not. And so these are compromise amendments to help, to hopefully help more folks get on board with this and to make it feel more human scale by allowing 8 buildings per unit, and also to address the equity issue. We weren't successful in removing RL as a whole in the committee and in the joint process, and this gets RM a little bit closer to RL. Can I speak more generally or just to the amendments? Okay. So I think the other thing that I will say, I think I have to talk about affordability, because I first ran because I was also frustrated because a previous council had reduced inclusionary or had weakened our inclusionary zoning. I care about affordable housing a lot, maybe as much or more than anybody else on this council. And I do think that there is, and I would 100% would want us to strengthen our inclusionary zoning over and over and over again in so many different ways. I don't think that letting people build another unit in their back, or 2 more units in their backyard, 4 more units in their backyard, I don't think that that's the right place for inclusionary zoning. I think that that would mean that a lot of it wouldn't get built. And more than that, this still addresses affordability, because when we look at the houses that a lot of the folks who spoke today, it's like they couldn't afford those houses now if they had to buy them now. Certainly none of us could afford those houses now. Those very large, multiple thousand square foot homes aren't affordable to really any of us. And so having those houses get a 4-unit building in the backyard makes that front unit a little bit less desirable, even if that unit is not broken down into other pieces. And so while I love that Burlington has big houses with big backyards, and I'm sure it's lovely for the folks who live there, saying that we can't pass this until we get it perfect sure feels to a lot of us like saying you don't want people like us to move to Burlington, or you don't want people who went to university here to stay and find a 1,000 square foot apartment that they can live in. And so having smaller units and allowing smaller units is affordability in itself. It's not everything, and we need to do more, and I'm glad that inclusionary zoning is hopefully safe in the next administration, if not strengthened, and we just need more small units, and this allows for those small units that people can afford to rent, can afford to buy. And the other thing is I ran on infill. This was what I wanted to see when I ran. I was like, we need infill, because the second piece of affordability is the taxation rate, which the only way to keep the level of city services that we currently have and not make every person pay for that or make everybody pay a little bit less is to have more people in the city. And this isn't the only way to do that. We're also doing that with the South End, we're doing that downtown, but this is an important way to increase the tax base of the city of Burlington so that people aren't priced out through that avenue either. So I support this wholeheartedly. I hope that folks will support these amendments as a compromise to get more people on board with neighborhood code. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And just my misunderstanding, everyone will have the opportunity, if they wish to speak to the underlying ordinance, but let's get the amendments done, and then anyone can speak generally. So that was my misunderstanding. No worries there. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the amendments 1 and 2? Councilor Bergman.
So I'll be supporting these 2 amendments. A lot of the conversation tonight have been around what is an RL zone and the upzoning of that. This deals with the RM zone, and that is my ward, my neighborhoods. And it's interesting that people in the area around Pomeroy Park have expressed concerns about the effect of the changes. I would say that even with these 2 amendments, we are still upzoning the RM, and I'm in favor of that. But I think that in light of the tension, the community tension that exists, that this would be an appropriate move for me to support. And as it will be clear later, I support actually the upzoning of the entire city to RM, and will vote for that and be a second on that. But this, I think, is responsive to constituent concerns that I've heard, particularly in the Pomeroy Park area, but also is just consistent with a desire to move us as best as we can forward as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bergman. We'll go to Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. And I will speak to this amendment, and I think this will be my only statement on any of the amendments, I expect, unless something surprising happens here. Burlington is one of the country's great small cities, and it's been a privilege to serve it. At the same time, I think we all know we face many challenges. Tonight, dozens of people are sleeping outside without shelter. Renters pay some of the highest rents relative to incomes of any renters in the country. Young couples can't buy homes. Older couples struggle to find a way to age in this community. Businesses struggle to find employees. Despite our commitment to inclusion and supporting immigrants, our BIPOC homeownership rates remain shamefully low. And you can keep going with this list of problems that are impacted by tonight's action. We heard in the public forum an issue I hadn't linked to our housing challenges before, but is absolutely right. The problem that we face with securing nurses, and there was an article in the New York Times today about how one of the few communities in the Hudson Valley area that allows duplexes and multifamily units has about half the property tax rates of its neighbors. So you can add to that Burlington's high property taxes. Basically, name a problem in this city and more housing is probably the solution. Our broken land use policies contributed greatly to our housing challenges, as zoning reforms in the 1970s and 1990s made it much harder to build anything but a single-family home with a large private lawn across about 70% of this city. Tonight, we have a chance to fix this. We have been working on the neighborhood code for over 2 years, and I am proud of my role in bringing this to you tonight and launching this process in December of 2021 as part of the action plan to make good on the promise of housing as human right. If this plan is enacted tonight, it will be the first time in about 70 years that Burlington's residential zoning has made it easier to build, not harder, in our existing neighborhoods. This new code will change the trajectory of housing in this city. We've been hearing for weeks, we heard some of it tonight, we heard some of it in an event that we convened last week. We've heard from longtime affordable housing advocates, employers, builders, and young people trying to make their lives here who are calling for the council to pass this important reform tonight. It's important to note that it was not young people, but it was the AARP who helped launch us on this path all the way back in 2018 when they brought to the housing summit that we had then the idea of building more missing middle housing. One speaker at our event last week said that the neighborhood code would, quote, unlock the door to our beautiful and vibrant neighborhoods and allow us to welcome hundreds of new workers and young families to this city. We've heard from many community members tonight and at the previous public hearings who shared both concern and enthusiasm for this action tonight. And with a number of amendments on the table, we've started them. I'm anticipating a long discussion by the council tonight. But before we get all the way into all the amendments, I want to be very clear to the council, to members of the public on all sides of this debate, that while I'm not particularly supportive or enthusiastic about any of the amendments being discussed tonight, I will enthusiastically sign the neighborhood code in whatever final form it comes to my desk, because it's that important. Our housing challenges are acute and they demand action now. We have a chance to create vast opportunity throughout this city. Let's not miss it. I urge you to pass the neighborhood code tonight. Thank you, President Paul.
Thank you very much, Mayor Weinberger. Let's see if we can't go to a vote on Amendments 1 and 2. All those in favor of the motion as made by Counselor Hightower, please say aye. Or actually, please raise your hand. Is that a hand raise, Counselor Grant? It is not a hand raise, Counselor Grant. That means it is 11, and all those opposed, please say no, or please raise your hand. Okay, that motion passes 11-1, and these two amendments are now part of the underlying proposed ordinance ZA 24-02. We will return to Counselor Hightower. If you could move your third amendment number 3.
Great. I would like to move amendment number 3 to the neighborhood code as proposed.
Great, thank you, Counselor Hightower. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Counselor Doherty. Counselor Hightower, if you can, just for the benefit of all of us that are gathered, if you can just give us a brief overview, and then we'll go to questions on the amendment.
Great. So both in response to public comment, or no, in response to public comment, I went to the planning office and asked them to create a map of fauna hotspots in the city, which confirmed that the public comment essentially laid out the correct area where there are a lot of fauna hotspots. So that's an area connecting the Intervale and Salmon Run to Centennial Woods. And I think although I think the planning office is interested in, or has a much more comprehensive map that they're working on with the Parks Department to make sure that layers like this that there's a layer on top of this that would make sure that wildlife corridors are accounted for. Since we're passing this tonight, I think it's important to take this hotspot, allow for that wildlife corridor now, and make sure that that's protected while we move forward with a more comprehensive effort around supporting wildlife corridors. And so this is changing a section of Colchester Avenue from high residential to from residential corridor to maintaining it as low residential in order to support that wildlife corridor.
Great, thank you so much, Counselor Hightower. Is there anyone who has any questions?
Could I just add a comment to that? If that's,
sure.
Yeah, I do think that this is important, and I think that people talked a lot in the public comments about green space, and I think that the green space that I think most people value in Burlington is the streetscapes, the trees that the Parks Department has done a great job of planting in the streetscapes, as well as the many public parks we have, including the Intervale, including Salmon Run, and preserving the ecological viability of those, I think, is what we should be working on, not just preserving backyards. So I think that this is an important pathway to preserving public green space, which is not touched at all in anything in the neighborhood code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor Hightower. Counselor Shannon.
Thank you. I definitely want to support wildlife corridors, but I'm also a little bit concerned the idea of wildlife corridors on our major roads is a little bit scary. And I wondered if, the way this was worded, it talked about wildlife sightings, and I wondered if this is a documented wildlife corridor that we're actively protecting in other ways. I don't know if Director Tuttle might want to answer that, or?
I'm happy to talk about this. Thank you for the question, Councilor Shannon. So and I did also want to just offer a point of information as well, that Amendment 3 includes 2 maps, similar to what Councilor Hightower said about changing part of the residential corridors back to RL on Colchester Avenue. It does the same thing for a small portion in the center part of North Avenue. The maps that you have here tonight are based on wildlife sighting data that has been reported in 2 different platforms. Sarah could remind me what they're called.
These are reported through the conservation team's iNaturalist, and I believe a previous study that was done, I believe in 2014, by the conservation team with parks.
So we did have a conversation with the Conservation Board Chair about these areas and the Parks Conservation team at the Parks Department. both of them were supportive of making this change, but the broader discussion that we had was about this being an interim solution while we work to more, in a more fine-grained way, document wildlife corridors specifically versus just the wildlife sightings that are reported by users, and come up with another way that can help us balance development and wildlife movement. There was a recognition in talking with the Conservation Board Chair that development and wildlife do not need to be in conflict with one another, and I think you've heard a lot of comments about, buildings not being the only impediment to wildlife movement. Things like fences and roads are important aspects as well, but they were supportive of this as a first step pending more work for us to do.
Was the map kind of looked at to identify, are these the only areas that kind of met the same criteria, or?
In conversations with the Conservation Board Director and the Parks Conservation Team, we looked at areas that had these hot spots of wildlife sightings, and also these two areas were located in between two existing conservation zones, so going from in between corridors, the corridor going from an RL zoning designation to a residential corridor designation while staying in between those two existing conservation zones just led us to consider maybe putting a little bit more thought into the solution over the next efforts.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Shannon. There are any others who wish to speak to this amendment, amendment number 3? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. So we have 11, and all those opposed, please raise your hand. That motion passes 11-1, and so amendment number 3 is now as well part of the underlying proposed ordinance. That brings us to amendment number 4, which is proposed by Councilor Doherty. So Councilor Doherty, if you could move the amendment, we'll get a second, and then the floor is yours.
Thanks, President Paul. Amendment number 4, the amendment that I've proposed and now move, would update the zoning maps to apply the newly...
We'll just get a second before you go to that. Let's get a second, just on the motion to move. That would be from Councilor Hightower. Go ahead, Councilor Doherty.
Thanks, President Paul. And is the floor mine to comment on this?
It is.
The amendment that I have proposed, amendment number 4, would amend the proposed zoning maps to apply the newly defined residential low district to the area bounded by North Willard Street, Mansfield Avenue, Archibald Street, and Pearl Street, except for the first 200 feet of depth in the properties with street frontage on Pearl Street between North Willard and North Prospect, because those are in the proposed residential corridor district. President Paul, as everyone on the council and the mayor and his administration recognize, and indeed I think everyone in this room recognizes, we're facing an unprecedented housing crisis here in Burlington. A 1% vacancy rate is in the rental market is completely unsustainable and completely unacceptable. This dynamic has a negative and perverse impact on every point on the socioeconomic spectrum in Burlington, from those in our community who are experiencing homelessness, all the way to businesses and entrepreneurs who are looking to hire young professionals to move and live in Burlington, and every point in between. I own and run a business right here in downtown Burlington, and we face this dynamic all the time. Like Councilor Travers, my family and I couldn't even come close to afford to purchasing the house where we live in, and I wonder who could. It is in no one's interest, no one who lives in Burlington's interest, to shut the door behind us. That is the way cities wither and die. And indeed, appropriate that we discuss this on this last of our city council meetings before a number of big changes, and including a big change in mayoral administration, because the Mayor Weinberger, has made housing development a cornerstone of his administration, along with multiple generations of city councilors. And he's spearheaded some of the largest and most dynamic and most exciting housing development projects in the city, indeed in the whole state. We will be enjoying the benefits of these developments for years to come, I believe. And I also believe that the neighborhood code is a much needed effort and a much needed component of the city's effort to address its housing crisis. We have to allow for more diversity of development and increase our housing stock. I recognize the tremendous work of the Ordinance Committee, the Planning Commission, Megan Tuttle and her team. The effort that has gone into this has been really remarkable. But acknowledging the hard work and the effort and accepting wholeheartedly the needs underlying the neighborhood code is not the same as agreeing with the end results. And indeed, I do not. Many members of the community have raised what I think are serious concerns about the neighborhood code, including the process in which it was developed, parking, water quality, wildlife, affordability, all of which I think warrant more consideration. For me, I think that the most resonant and most immediate of the issues that is not adequately addressed by the neighborhood code in its current form is the incredible pressure that this community faces from undergraduate student housing needs. That pressure, as I think many of us, if not all of us, recognize, has long been exacerbated by UVM's failure to build housing commensurate with the increase in its undergraduate student enrollment. We have 5,000 undergraduate students now in Burlington's rental market. That is an incredible percentage of renters given the size of our city. And they command prices that no one can afford to compete with. Not low-income folks, not young professionals, not families, not our elders, no one.
So, Councilor Doherty, we're at 5 minutes here.
Let me wrap up. Some neighborhoods...
Very quickly.
Some neighborhoods bear this burden more than others, and that is the reason why I have made this amendment. And just quickly, Councilor Paul, one of the issues that was raised during public comment was that this would, that my amendment was a carve-out that would leave the neighborhood in a worse zoning position than it is right now. That's manifestly false. Newly defined residential low zoning is still a significant increase in the zoning capability of this neighborhood in Ward 1.
Great, thank you so much. Councilor Hightower, and remember, this is to speak to the amendment, please.
Great. So I will be supporting this amendment reluctantly. I do think that this is a carve-out, which can be problematic for all the reasons that we talked about, but ultimately what neighborhood code decided on doing is to try to make sure that every neighborhood could be built upon. Not equally, but that every neighborhood would have the opportunity to have infill happen there. And I do think that while I do not like the idea of a carve-out, and I especially don't like advocating for it or voting for it in my own ward, I do think that this section of the city, we have data that shows that it currently has some of the highest number of students, and we also have a university neighbor that has not been. I'm glad that we didn't pass the UVM MOU this council cycle, but I do think that that has a lot of potential for pressure in this neighborhood. And I think those two things together does mean it deserves special treatment until we figure out a better relationship with UVM. And that said, I do think that sometimes we say no to housing in Burlington because I think we make the mistake of stopping any housing because we think it's going to be student housing. And I think when I moved to Burlington 8 years ago, I moved into a BizNet-owned duplex where I lived with 3 other adults in my late 20s. And I think most folks would say that that was student housing, but student housing in Burlington is not just student housing. It actually is competed by young professionals, and it is competed with by young families. And so we are all in the same housing pool. So I think sometimes when we say that will be student housing, that's not true. It'll be housing for students, yes, and it'll also be housing for people like me who move here and are, yes, competing with students, which is a separate issue that we have to fix. So I do support this carve out until we can get a deal with UVM, because I don't think we should be stopping development in the rest of the city, which we sorely need, because we think that we are solving UVM's housing problem for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to amendment number 4? Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I did not support amendments 1 and 2, but since they were passed, I feel that it eliminates the need for amendment 4 because we've essentially made RM and RL what they were closer together. I understand the stresses that my neighbors in Ward 1 are under. I go to a fair amount of Ward 1 MPA meetings. I also watch them because the concerns of the Old North End are very similar to the concerns that Ward 1 has. Wards 2 and 3 are, and I'll actually mention Ward 8 as well, are full of areas that are undergone, what's the new buzzword, studification, where we don't have families. We don't have young professionals finding their way through their lives. As a matter of fact, we have a mass exodus of people in their mid to late 20s and early 30s leaving Burlington, and we're about to have a big mass exodus this late spring and summer. I know this because I've been talking to these young people, and one of them's my own kid who's 29, and he's done. So the generational disagreements in how this code is being looked at is very, very interesting to me. We have extraordinary pressures on Ward 5 and the Old North End and Ward 8 because these wards are the closest to UVM and the UVM Medical Center, which are two of the biggest, if not the biggest, employers in the state of Vermont, next to perhaps the state itself. So there is a high demand of housing there. There will always be a high demand of housing there, and we need to build there. We can't necessarily control capitalism with this code. We can't control greedy landlords or investors with this code. We can only hope to address the supply by increasing it. So the more supply, supply and demand, economics 101, et cetera. I disagree with the notion that we're catering to a bunch of rich students. I just attended a community coalition meeting last week, and it talked about, there was a 2017 survey amongst UVM students regarding food insecurity, and 24% of off-campus students reported that they were experiencing food insecurity. There was a survey done February of this year. They had 1,227 respondents. Once again, these are off-campus students, and food insecurity is now up to 39%. Rent is 35%, utilities are 30%. Those are really high numbers. So we can't make this assumption that all these UVM students are, quote unquote, wealthy or they have a lot of money. In fact, a significant percentage of UVM students qualify and receive financial aid. So I think we need to be very careful about these general terms. We do still have the inclusionary rules for affordable housing. We can work on them to make them better. We have things in place for about stormwater. So the bottom line with regards to this amendment, now that we've done 1 and 2, I do not think that we need to approve 4 because we've made RM closer to RL, and we cannot support carve-outs because in every neighborhood, all these neighborhoods are going to want a carve-out. They're going to want some type of exception, and we're not going to end up moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Grant. Councilor Travers.
Thanks, President Paul. I will try to be brief here. I will be supporting this amendment, but as my friend Councilor Doherty knows, this is an easy decision on my part. When we, as an ordinance committee, sat jointly with the Planning Commission, the Office of City Planning did come forward with us with a recommendation to move this neighborhood to residential medium. And those of us on the joint committee asked Director Tuttle and Sarah Morgan and others in the department for some data and some reasoning as to why that was the suggestion. And if you just look at the data, it does support our moving this neighborhood to residential medium. 57% of the lots in this neighborhood are less than 6,500 square feet. What that means is that even by moving to lot coverage of 60% in residential medium, it's practically impossible to build a secondary structure on those lots. By moving just to residential low, it moves lot coverage to 45%, but 68% of the lots in this neighborhood are already built out to beyond 45% lot coverage, and so by keeping it at residential low, that means there's 68% of the lots in this neighborhood that won't be able to grow beyond those boundaries. But Councilor Doherty and Councilor Hightower, you've been incredible advocates for your Ward 1 neighbors. Councilor Doherty, I know you've spent countless hours meeting with your Ward 1 neighbors and opening your home to them. And while I do think this the neighborhood code will and should involve incremental change and trust that would be the same in your neighborhood as across the city, I also trust you, Councilor Doherty, that there is a certain reality behind the data. And that this neighborhood's location and proximity to campus in particular puts additional pressures on this neighborhood that may not exist in other neighborhoods across the city. I know how important this amendment is to ensure that the neighborhood code receives the support it deserves tonight, and so I will be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Travers. So we'll go to Councilor Jang and then Councilor Shannon.
Yes, I will try to be also very short. And from my perspective, this is exactly how the equity issue is playing out right here. And I think when I look at this map very closely, it seems that the councillor who is proposing this amendment actually is a resident of that neighborhood. And also that neighborhood is really close, basically few blocks from the UVM-MC. I don't think that we can interpret the data suggesting that it is almost impossible. I think sometimes you need to find the perspective of aligning two back-to-back lots in order to make something meaningful about this. I think this carving out issue is exactly what is going to water down and also bring inequities about this proposal. I will not be supporting this amendment from Councilor Doherty. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. We'll go to Councilor Shannon, then Councilor King, and let's try to go to a vote after that.
Thank you, President Paul. I do not live in this neighborhood, but in committee I did identify this neighborhood as a neighborhood that I was concerned about, knowing the pressures that are on this neighborhood in particular from absentee landlords. And I think that there's been some misperception about what the change from RM to RL really means. there is an impression that changing from RM to RL means that there aren't going to be dramatic changes that are allowed in an RL neighborhood, but in fact, neighborhood code dramatically changes RL. It means that in this neighborhood, you, and even more so, I do agree with Councilor Grant that the difference between RL and RM, there's much less difference after the last couple of amendments, or the first couple of amendments that we passed. But in this neighborhood, you're still going to be able to take a single-family home and turn it into a fourplex without adding any parking, and you're going to be able to, if the lot is big enough, potentially add a secondary unit with up to 4 units. And the real difference between RL and RM now is that RL allows 45% lot coverage plus 10% kind of accessory lot coverage, and RM allows now 55% lot coverage. So the real difference is only a difference in the lot coverage. So I don't think that this is making, you know, a big change. I think it's a smaller change than what a lot of people may perceive, because we're not talking about going to old RL standards, but this new RL standard, which is not terribly different than RM. And I will support it.
Thank you so much, Councilor Shannon. We'll go to Councilor King and then go to a vote on amendment number 4.
I also will be supporting this tonight. I haven't been excited to support any of the amendments, frankly, but I have seen Councilor Doherty do a tremendous amount of work meeting with constituents, and I think in votes like tonight, that really matters. He's listening to his neighbors, and while he may live in one of the neighborhoods that could be affected, I don't think that that is super relevant to this conversation. I think when you have counselors that have done the work and have met with their constituents, then they tend to be doing what is best for their direct neighborhoods.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor King. Councilor Grant.
I just wanted to mention one more thing. Ward 1 and 8 and 2 and 3 would greatly benefit from a fair MOU from UVM, but we don't have that, and we have no idea when we're going to have that, and that plays a major role. I have a lot of respect for the people in Ward 1 that I have talked to, but I've also talked to a lot of young people in Ward 1 who feel that they want to see the units. They're not as worried about parking because they think more about climate change and making do without vehicles, or having electric vehicles, or having other options, or feeling they'll be able to walk to UVM or walk to the medical center or walk to downtown where they would have their jobs. So they're thinking in a really different way, and we really have to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Grant. Let's go to a vote. We have a motion, we have a second. This is on amendment number 4. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8. All those opposed, please raise your hand. That is 4. So the amendment passes 8-4, and this amendment is now part of the underlying proposed ordinance. I will go to a motion from Councilor McGee.
Thank you, President Paul. Given the hour, I would move to suspend our rules in order for us to complete our deliberative agenda this evening.
Thank you so much, Councilor McGee. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. This requires 2/3. All those in favor of the motion to extend our rules, to suspend our rule, or yes, to suspend our rules and complete our deliberative agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Okay, we are back to, that passes, and we are back to, in this case, amendment number 5, which is proposed by Councilors Grant and Bergman. Councilor Grant, if you could move the amendment, and then after we get a second, if you can just briefly explain what the amendment is.
Yes, I move amendment number 5 is listed.
Thank you, Counselor Grant. Seconded by Counselor Bergman. Counselor Grant, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So once again, we come back to an equity issue. When I looked at the maps, it was immediate that we had these sections in the south end and the new north end that were being exempt from RM, and I found that to be very problematic, once again, from an equity standpoint. It seemed to me not to be fair for the parts of the city that have the burden of already being in a state where, in some areas, we're already at high based on what the new code would be. To have the areas that have the most potential have the lowest level was very disconcerting. And it leads to, once again, the carve-out conversation, which will continue, I think, to be a problem. I think it was January 8th, there was a very interesting presentation about a study that the city had done around which areas of the city do we collect the most property taxes. And the central district was where the most property taxes were being collected. And it was just very interesting because on one hand, it was like, oh, we're doing really well in that area. But on the other hand, I thought about the fact that the central district is the most economically diverse, has a lot of working people, has a lot of poor people, has a lot of students, and we has a lot of older people, and we have a higher burden on property taxes. So I was like, I'm not sure this is that great because we clearly aren't maximizing the potential in the other areas that we've labeled as RL. So back to equity issues. And that is why I am supporting RM as the floor for the whole city, because especially now that we've made RM and RL a little bit closer. And I think we have to think about that. I think we have to think about equity. I think we have to think about fairness. And I think we have to think about the burdens that we put on our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Counselor Grant. We'll now go to Counselor Bergman.
Very briefly, I have pushed for the end of RL zoning for the last 2 years that I've been on the council. And so this is consistent with that. I am not a fan of the new north end and sections in the south end not being, and the hill being RL, even though we have decreased the difference between the two and we are doing upzoning. I really do believe that should be the standard that we have. That's the standard that I think that we should be striving for. I think we can do all of the good work that people want and that they have expressed. If you believe that postponement would work to improve the code, then you have to believe that we can, in the next term, make major improvements. So to the extent to which there are issues around affordability, around climate and stormwater, we can be able to take those on. We need to take those on regardless of what we do tonight. And so upzoning the entire city seems to me the appropriate and just thing for us to do, as well as the necessary thing to do. Last thing, door knocking. Believe it or not, I did door knock even though I ran unopposed. And the number one issue that people talked to me about was housing. And even when public safety, community safety was raised, the thing that came out of people's mouths was homelessness. So this is an issue that we've got to take dramatic action on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Counselor Bergman. Counselor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I just want to point out that we are 100% upzoning the entire city without a doubt with what we are passing, no matter with or without this amendment. And I think that what's been presented is an accurate view of how many people feel about upzoning when we plan to live in a neighborhood. We feel burdened by upzoning. We feel fearful of what, we may feel some opportunity about what we can do at our own property, but we also feel fearful about what our neighbors may be doing at their property, and that includes both homeowners and renters, that fear of what happens next door. But the other way of looking at this is the opportunity. And the idea going into it was that we would create opportunity throughout the city. And the opportunity does differ depending on what's currently on the ground. And so there is, even just as it is, there is a lot more opportunity for building in much of the RL areas, which include both the most affordable housing we have in the city, in the New North End, and the least affordable housing we have in the city, on the Hill and parts of the South End, and the waterfront in the New North End as well. And these zoning changes can also be a windfall for property owners and a bigger windfall for those with more opportunity that are already in the RL. So I don't disagree with the assessment that was made by my colleagues, but just wanted to point out that there's also another way to look at that.
Thanks, Councilor Shannon. Councilor Grant, you've already spoken to this, so we'll go to Councilor Doherty. You wanted the floor, right?
Thanks, President Paul.
Okay.
I think that I'm very confident that everyone on the City Council, Ms. Tuttle and her office and the Mayor's administration have all thought long and hard about equity and care about equity. I don't think that it is an issue that only a select few people value and care about. I disagree that equity equates to treating every single neighborhood in the city, regardless of its particular pressures and dynamics and needs and challenges and opportunities, the same. I don't think that's what equity requires, and in fact, I believe that that would result in an inequitable zoning situation. For example, to get back to our dynamic with the university and the pressure that we face from undergraduate student housing, I believe that in the neighborhoods that are most vulnerable to that pressure by virtue of their proximity to the university, I believe that they will see they already see incredible economic pressure from outside developers who are looking to purchase homes from single-family homeowners, to purchase homes from landlords who wish to market to folks other than undergraduates. And that pressure will only increase if we treat every single neighborhood in the city exactly the same when it comes to zoning. I don't think that was ever the purpose of the neighborhood code. I remember early on when I first started hearing about the neighborhood code, one of the goals that was articulated and was articulated throughout the entire process was that zoning was going to be changed. The city was going to be upzoned. We all agreed that that was necessary. We all agree that that is necessary. And all of my constituents, by the way, agree that that's necessary, that I've spoken to. But that the city was going to look carefully and in a detailed way at each individual neighborhood and try and tailor these zoning approaches to best take into account those dynamics. So I do not accept that equity demands a sort of universal residential medium or any universal zoning overlay. And I won't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. We'll go to Councilor Travers and then to Councilor Grant, and then we really must go to a vote.
Yes, thanks. I appreciate Councilors Grant and Bergman bringing forward this amendment. Before the Joint Committee with the Planning Commission, we did have extensive discussions about further upzoning multiple neighborhoods, and even on a citywide basis to a residential medium district. Nonetheless, we landed on the proposal that was sent to the council, and as you've seen. And I will just say, I think the discussion made more of a difference when in residential medium we were allowing up to 10 units. Now that we've taken action to amend the code to allow 8 units, up to 8 units in both residential medium and residential low areas, the largest difference now between the two boils down to maximum lot coverage. And on that point, I agree with Councilor Shannon. I used the percentage about number of lots over or under 6,500 square feet for Councilor Doherty's neighborhood. But looking to some of the other neighborhoods that are flagged as RL, well over 90% of the lots in the Hill section, for example, are greater than 6,500 square feet. In Apple Tree Point in the new North End, well more than 90% of the lots are over 6,500 square feet. In the South Cove neighborhood in the South End, 100% of lots are over 6,500 square feet. And if you just do the math, in a residential low neighborhood, 45% of a 20,000 square foot lot gives you 9,000 square feet of developable space. 60% of a 10,000 square foot lot gives you less. So I think actually the map that we have before us does bring equity in that sense, especially now that we've taken action to create the same caps in terms of maximum units in both these neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Travers. We'll go to Councilor Grant.
So I don't have the time to do an equity lesson, regretfully. I don't know how to make some of you see the issue. I will just say that it is something that I see. It's something that greatly disturbs me. It's something that I feel we've run into all kinds of subjects that involve equity, and as a council, we have failed across a number of things, like police oversight and accountability. It is, I think, a failure of leadership with regards to the outgoing administration. I get really concerned when I hear the term windfalls, how certain property owners are going to get windfalls. There are no windfalls for the renters, okay? So when we're looking at these areas, in the certain areas that have the highest percentage of renters, that's an equity issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to a vote now. So this is on amendment number 5. All those who are in favor of amendment number 5, please say aye. Or, no, I'm sorry. Why don't you raise your hand? The raise your hand method seems to work better. That would be 5 in favor. All those opposed to amendment number 5, please raise your hand. That would be 5. Wait a minute. 5, 6. No, I'm sorry. I didn't see Councilor. All right, there are 7. So that motion fails on a vote of 7 on 5 to 7, and that amendment does not make it into moving forward as part of the development ordinance. Amendment number 6 is one that I've actually proposed, and as chair of the ordinance committee, I would ask Councilor Travers if you could just move that amendment, and we'll get a second.
I move amendment number 6 proposed by you, Councilor Paul.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilor McGee. Councilor Travers, if you could just briefly explain the amendment. It's fairly straightforward.
I'll keep it brief.
Briefly. We're doing it briefly. It's very brief, so we'll be doing it briefly.
Yeah. I will say I don't use the word developer as a pejorative term. I also don't use the word landlord as a pejorative term. That said, I recognize that there are some landlords and property owners that are frequent flyers in our code enforcement office. And at the moment, if you're a property owner and seek a permit to develop your property, that permit can only be denied if you have outstanding zoning violations. You haven't received a certificate of occupancy, for example. We are not permitted as a city to deny a property owner a building permit if they have open minimum housing violations. And the proposal you brought forward, Councilor Paul, I know on behalf of many of your constituents that have these concerns, would add language to our development ordinance that would allow the city the right to deny a property owner a building permit if they have outstanding unresolved minimum housing violations. And I will be supporting the amendment, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Travers, and thank you for doing this on my behalf. Is there anyone who has any comments or questions on this amendment? Fairly straightforward. We will go to a vote. All those in favor of the zoning amendment as proposed by Councilor Travers, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Please raise your hand. We get that amendment passed unanimously by a vote of 12-0, so that amendment is now part of the underlying proposed ordinance. And brings us to our last amendment, which is ZA 24-02, effective date proposal, Councilor Travers, 3/21/24. So I will go and return to Councilor Travers. If you could move the amendment, we'll get a second, and then if you could just briefly explain what it is.
Yes, so now that we have a fully amended comprehensive neighborhood code, I would make a motion that would take those amendments of the neighborhood code that allow for a secondary structure within RL and RM zones to be effective on October 1 of 2024.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. You pretty much have captured what we're doing here. Did you need to expand on that?
I again will keep it very brief. I think that many of the concerns that we've heard from neighbors revolve around secondary buildings. As we've discussed now, and in the amended version, the neighborhood code would allow up to 8 units in 2 buildings, 4 in a primary building and 4 in a secondary building. What this amendment would do is it would delay the effective date of those provisions that permit for secondary buildings until October 1, meaning that a building applicant would not be able to permit for a secondary building until that date. And the idea here is that I do agree and see some need for some improvements to this language and some additions that I know our Planning Commission is currently working on. So just to offer some examples briefly, President Paul, if a secondary building like a detached garage is non-conforming due to it being within a rear or side yard setback, should we allow that to be converted into a habitable space? Should a secondary building be taller than a primary building? If we allow a secondary building, will we still need our existing rules on accessory dwelling units? What rules should we put into place for certain secondary buildings, like I've become familiar with this term of cottage court developments that I know the Planning Commission is still reviewing to put some standards around what those secondary structures should look like. And I think perhaps most importantly, as we've heard from many members of the public, I know our Planning Commission is working in collaboration with DPW on how else, particularly with respect to secondary structures, we can support and incentivize green stormwater infrastructure in buildings permitted in the neighborhood code. And so this amendment will allow some additional time for the Planning Commission, as well as our next council and next administration, to make some needed and added improvements. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Travers. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment? Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I'm only going to comment on this last amendment and won't be having any further comments on when we go to a vote on the amended version. So I want to say that I support neighborhood code, and there's much that I like about it, but like my colleague, who I can't even believe is my former colleague, Mary Kehoe, who I can't even believe is still here tonight. It was hard enough when you had to. I see the process that we have undergone here as extremely problematic, and I have from the beginning. In September, I did not agree with the structure of having a joint committee of the Planning Commission and Ordinance Committee for the purpose of consolidating and fast-tracking the review process. I noted that the public needs to be given ample opportunity to engage with the discussions. In January, I noted that the decision at the beginning of this process was to fast-track it, which I opposed. I said that the concerns about how this would affect neighborhoods near the university are very real, as the university has added 1,000 students to off-campus housing within the city per year since I don't think it's per year, but since 2019. I said that I would support warning a public hearing because we didn't have the votes to send it to the Ordinance Committee, but also said that I would support working on it more if the public feedback warrants it. And the public feedback tonight, in our emails, in phone calls, in conversations, have clearly warranted a referral that is expected with any zoning ordinance. It's our standard practice. And I'd also like to note that when I reviewed my own comments, Councillor Jang agreed with me, and it wasn't a dream. So thank you, Councillor Jang, for that. I agree with Councillor Travers that there is still much work that can be done and is being taken up by the Planning Commission, and that moving forward, my strong preference would be to refer this to the Ordinance Committee. But again, I understand that we are not likely to have the votes for that tonight, and so I have decided not to make that motion and waste our time. And I appreciate this compromise that Councilor Travers has come up with, which allows me, in the end, if this passes, to support this. And I think it's important work that we have done to get us to this point, while still having the opportunity to review many of the issues that have rightfully been raised tonight, including affordability, home ownership, parking, infrastructure, and UVM, as well as historic buildings. And I look forward to doing that work over the course of the next few months. And thank you very much to Councillor Travers for this creative compromise that I think does improve our process. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Doherty, and then we'll go to Councillor Hightower and hopefully a vote.
Thank you, President Paul. I am acutely conscious of the fact that I have spoken more at tonight's City Council meeting, probably by a factor of 5 than I think I have in any City Council meeting so far. This will be my last comment. I won't comment further when we get to the final vote. My strong preference is also to send this back to the committee to do more work, to address a number of the issues that I have raised. As I have heard Councillor Bergman say, though, on several occasions, I also can count votes, and I recognize that there is not the support, or even close to it, on the City Council to take that action. So I'm appreciative of this last amendment. I will support it, and I will support the neighborhood code reluctantly as amended, despite my preference to send it back to the committee.
Great, thank you so much, Councillor Doherty. We'll try to wrap up with Councillor Hightower.
Great. I think as one of the few councillors who also would have voted to support this going back to committee, I'm glad that it's not going back to committee, because I would have voted for it because of the fact that I didn't speak with Councillor Shannon on this going to ordinance. I am glad that we did it as a joint process. I just think that saves so much planning team time, and I do think we should have referred it to ordinance just to get that attention to the public. And so I would have voted for it to take accountability for my own mistake, but I'm glad that we don't have the votes for it. So I do think that this is, again, a good compromise. I do think there's like some details to iron out, especially around the second building. And it is, rare that on such a contentious issue that we have so much agreement across the two parties that make up the majority of our council. And so I'm very glad. I know that it's been a contentious public forum. I know it's been a contentious few months. I know that I've had very difficult conversations with a lot of my neighbors and a lot of phone calls or meetings in folks' houses and NPAs, but I'm glad to see so much support for this, and I'm glad that we could pass some amendments to make it hopefully feel better to more Burlingtonians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Hightower. So this is the effective date proposal. This is our last amendment, and then we will go to the underlying resolution. All those in favor of the last amendment, the effective date proposal as brought forward by Councilor Travers, please raise your hand. So I think we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And all those opposed, please raise your hand. Counselor, did you raise your hand before? Yes. All right, so it's actually 9. It's actually 10. My apologies, I didn't see you. So that would be 10 to 2. So that amendment passes, and is also now part of the underlying proposed development ordinance. That brings us back to the underlying proposed ordinance, and we'll be voting on that ordinance with the following amendments that have passed, which is amendment number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, and the effective date amendment. Most of us have had a fairly good amount of time to speak. Some of us have not. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to the underlying amendment before we go to a vote, now would be the time. Councilor Bergman.
I actually want to ask planning staff a question. I count about 9 areas of continued work that just were raised at the public hearing. And when I look at your memo in terms of the ongoing work around Part 2 and then the technical amendments, it's not clear what the standard process would be. I have a strong belief that we have a lot of work to do on this, and that is in our ordinance committee, and that work needs to be done expeditiously. So the question for planning is, knowing that you've heard lots about affordable housing, you've heard questions about the wildlife language early on, the very first one, I think. Parking is an issue. Green space, and I've raised solar orientation, which I saw actually in a memo at one point. Infrastructure impacts, which also relate to the impact fee study that's happening, and hopefully we get revised. So give us some guidance in terms of how we're going to be able to take this important step to do the work that people are calling on us to do.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. I think as you noted, just with the few examples that you shared, there are likely to be several different processes that will follow this work. We do have some work that's underway. We talked about this quite extensively in the joint committee process. We talked about a list of things that were very clearly on the table for Part 2. We called this amendment that is in front of you tonight Part 1. There is a Part 2 that includes things like the cottage courts that Councilor Travers referenced. So I think some of these issues will dovetail well into the work that we knew that the Planning Commission was intending to follow this part of the code with. We also, as a joint committee, talked about something called the construction zone, which were bigger issues that we knew would either require more time or collaboration in order for us to find the right next steps for. So I'm happy to, as we move into the next administration and with the new council, talk with the chairs of the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee at that time about the right way to plan to address the next step of this work.
Great. I'm going to support the amendment as amended, and believe that with some diligence and some good public process, that we can do a lot in the next short term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman. Okay, Councilor Jang.
Yes, and I think it doesn't, people are not saying this enough. And Megan, I want to say thank you so much for your work about this and also for your work about many planning issues in the city. And it is unfortunate that you planted the seed, something really good, but it seems that you'll be moving on soon. And I think, maybe you'll consider and staying. And I really want to say thank you also, because in the New North End, most of the time, people do not engage into a lot of city affairs. But I think Colin Larson, who've been following this issue for a very long time, Ian as well, who've been following it as well, Ryan Flink, Ellen Rock, Liam Griffin, I think it's really good. I think we continue to engage in the city affairs, and really congratulations, Mr. Mayor, as well, because I think this is one of your plans about building housing, and I'm glad that you have done it, right? And I'm happy to be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Jang. And with that, we will go to a roll call vote on the ordinance itself. Lori, one last time, let's call the roll.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Travers?
Yes.
City Council President Paul?
Yes.
12 ayes.
That is 12. So that's 12 ayes and no one opposed. That motion passes unanimously. What a wonderful way to end the year. Do want to also thank Sarah and Megan so much for your tireless work on the neighborhood code. This has been a massive undertaking, and your work is greatly appreciated. I also want to thank the members of the Ordinance Committee, Councilor Travers, Hightower, Shannon, and Carpenter, as well as the members of the Planning Commission for their tireless work on this as well. That concludes our deliberative agenda.
President Paul,
Please keep in mind the next meeting, I'm sorry, go ahead.
would it be completely out of order for me to say something at the end?
It would not be completely out of order. For after all of this, you absolutely have our undivided attention.
Well, I just wanted to actually echo many of the thank yous that you were just sharing. I really appreciate the work of the council. The work of the Ordinance Committee members that spent a lot of time on this code. I know that this was a very important issue that you heard a lot about, and I appreciate the work that you've done. I also want to thank Andy as the Planning Commission Chair for his support and leadership on this, and all of the Planning Commissioners. And also want to give a huge shout out to Sarah. This is the first zoning amendment that we threw her into, and she did an amazing job. So a lot of the data and graphics that you saw to support this work were Sarah's creation. So you have an excellent team in the planning office and on the Planning Commission, and I'm happy that they will get to continue working with you. So.
An excellent team for sure. Megan, you will be terribly missed. Terribly missed. That concludes our deliberative agenda. As I said, the next meeting of the City Council will be Organization Day on Monday, next Monday, April 1st. We hope that you can join us for that celebratory event. Tends to be the shortest meeting of the year. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Councilor McGee, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilor King. and Counselor Jang, and Counselor Hightower. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure.